In the world where the main character existed, such amazing things happened that he could not even imagine. From this moment, the story of Tenma began. The hero could not even imagine that he would be watching his own funeral. He wished that his loved ones, his grandfather, and everyone else would not cry. He could not help them in any way, even though he was next to them. At that very moment, a stranger came down to him and offered to go to another world in that case. The guy didn't understand what was happening and asked what he had done to him. The stranger smiled and said that this is how he would look in the next life and offered him to go to his world. The hero looked so tense, as if he had seen a ghost. The guy grabbed the nearest glass and swung it at the stranger, but the guy smiled and asked him to control himself. He also wanted the hero to put the glass back, because he hadn't told him anything strange. But the hero didn't think it was a normal conversation, and the stranger asked him to listen first. He needed to calm down, because he could be mistaken for a poltergeist. The glass opposite the man rose, and then fell on the table, making the old man feel uneasy. Since the hero had calmed down, the young man asked to introduce himself and called himself a god from another world. And he came here to take the guy with him. The hero looked at his clothes again and asked to return him to his previous appearance. In response to this, the god smiled and asked to give him his soul, but the hero did not understand what he was talking about. The guy tried to get away from God, who grabbed his clothes and asked for forgiveness because he expressed himself incorrectly. There was a need to restore balance in their world, and he wanted the hero to be reborn in it. He had a very powerful soul energy, but Tenma did not understand what it meant. God said that even as a ghost, he was able to influence the world of the living. For example, how Tenma tried to throw a glass at God. And if Tenma agrees with him, then God will give him special abilities. The hero compared it to an online game, and God said that the hero will also be able to save his memories and knowledge. The strange stranger literally begged the hero, and Tenma promised to think about it. But before he left this world, he could make one wish, and God would fulfill it with the help of his magic. The hero was surprised, but it sounded pretty good, and he agreed. The boy asked to make it so that the memories of his loved ones about him would become blurry, but God did not understand why. Tenma didn't want the people important to him to cry and asked if the god could fulfill his request. In that case, God suggested simply erasing their memories of him completely, but Tenma didn't want that. He smiled and admitted that in that case, he would be very sad. God was so touched by the boy's request that tears welled up in his eyes, and he agreed to do it. The hero wanted his loved ones to live a long life, including for him. Meanwhile, his loved ones hoped that Tenma was able to reach heaven safely. Judging by the guy's body in the coffin, his relatives thought he looked happy, and God suggested that Tenma go to purgatory. The protagonist was the first person to receive powers from so many gods. These were the gods who were touched by his act. Having reached the place, the main character cautiously looked at everyone in the area. People here knew that the hero's name was Otori Tenma. The deities in the form of beautiful girls greeted the guy and admitted that he was very good. In addition, they had never met such a kind person before, and were glad that he came to them. One of the girls leaned towards Tenma, but the hero thought it was too close and frowned. The goddess girls did not even believe that their god could sometimes do his job well. God confirmed this, and said that it was a pleasure to meet Tenma, and introduced himself as the god of creation. He formally welcomed Tenma to their world. Their world was called Fantasma, and one of the gods decided to start preparing for the boy's reincarnation. The god of creation told Tenma that he would now fall asleep and blessed him with a happy life in the new world. The hero was terribly sleepy and wished everyone a good night. All the gods who surrounded the young man assumed that they had overdone it. They put the highest level of power a human could reach into him. They also put a huge amount of divine protection into him, and they were curious to see how strong he would be. No one denied the fact that Tenma could measure his strength with the gods. Tenma was 25 years old, and his race was human. He was also the favorite of the gods. And one day, the main character was reborn as a baby in a new world. But the place where he was reborn was too inappropriate. The baby in the basket found himself right in the forest, surrounded by various creatures and animals. The second life in the new world started. The old man smiled and told the boy that he was quite well disposed. The hero used earth spikes, and he was really very good. 10 years have passed since the protagonist's reincarnation, and today he was able to give his grandpa a run for his money. Tenma had gone through many things, and the old man laughed at the boy, offering the impudent fellow a try. The young man's parents were standing behind him, cheering for him. The hero smiled and thought that he was doing well. He was reborn as a baby, and his rebirth was in a forest full of scary monsters, and he couldn't do anything. But luckily, a young couple took him in and made him part of their family. Carefully keeping the memories of his old life in his memory, the protagonist continued to enjoy the new world. The old man was amazed that a boy of such a young age could tame a slime. It was all thanks to the grace of the gods. Tenma turned out to be gifted, and the old man decided to make a great adventurer out of him. Many interesting stories happened to the main character. And even if he had no blood relation to the people who saved him, they were his precious family. The old man attacked the boy and told Tenma that he didn't have time to count crows. But the old man was very surprised when the stone throne under his feet turned into a small wall with a snap of his fingers. Tenma found it funny that the old man thought the boy was distracted. Using his wind magic, Tenma tore the old man's hat off, and the old man admitted that victory was his. The old man could only praise the hero for his ability to correctly assess the situation. As he promised, he would give him consent to go to the Forest of Elders. His task of taking the old man's hat was completed, and Tenma was happy about it. A girl ran up to them, asking the grandfather to wait a little, but the old man answered her that he had already promised. The father warned the Tenma that the grandfather was far-sighted and did not look where he was going, and it was quite mean to use such a trick. The father was a real instigator, and the girl was angry that her husband was teaching the boy dirty tricks again. She asked to listen to her and reminded Tenma that the Forest of Elders was an A-rank dungeon, and it was very scary there. There were low-level monsters there. Even though they were weak, they could take you by numbers. And recently there have been rumors that a huge magical beast was seen in the forest. But the old man thought that there were no monsters in the area around the entrance to the dungeon, and even villagers went there for a walk. Tenma made puppy eyes at his mother and told her that he really wanted to go to that forest. The woman felt awkward and couldn't stand to see that pitiful look. She sighed heavily and asked the guy to come back as soon as he felt something was wrong, and the hero agreed with her. The hero was incredibly happy that the time had finally come to become a real adventurer conquering dungeons. Even the word dungeon alone caused a shiver to run through his entire body, and the hero couldn't wait to start. Tenma wanted to take revenge on these goblins. He used to live in a village, but this was his first time in such unexplored lands. And since he had such an opportunity, he suggested that his slime on his shoulder go a little deeper. The hero also mastered the skill of levitation, which helped him very well. He had chosen an excellent place for reconnaissance. Of course, he was still far from a bird's eye view, but from the treetops he could see the clouds. When the hero landed on the ground, he felt that the slime was acting strangely and wanted to know what was going on. Looking around, the guy saw that they were surrounded by many small animals. But for some reason, all the animals were not going to attack the hero, but on the contrary, they were running away from something. As soon as the guy thought that there was someone here, he felt a threatening, intense gaze on himself. It was a Fenrir, which shouldn't be in such a place. As far as Tenma knew, Fenris lived in the deepest parts of the forest, and perhaps the rumors of the people were true. The boy decided that it would be bad if he reached the nearest village. The wind whistled, and the Fenrir prepared to attack. Fenrir used ice breath, and the hero understood that he would not have time to dodge. Tenma covered himself with his hands, but to his surprise, Fenrir missed and hit a tree behind him. The hero assumed that it was an attempt to scare him off, but even if it was, Fenrir had incredible power. It was able to create an ice wall without any difficulty. Tenma saw the huge beast stagger and noticed the terrible wounds on its body. The hero turned around and saw dragon snakes behind him, which, as it turned out, the Fenrir was aiming at. Tenma looked again at the wolf, who rushed somewhere. The hero did not understand where he was, but nearby the guy noticed another Fenrir. They were both seriously injured and were trying to fight off the snakes. Tenma was shocked that these snakes could cause such a huge damage to the Fenrir. But the guy noticed that one of the individuals had a big belly. Apparently, the female was pregnant, and there was a male with her. The hero realized that they were only trying to protect their family, and in that case, he could not leave the animals in trouble. His enemies were dragon snakes, which were level B monsters. The guy told his slime that it was dangerous here and ordered him to get into his backpack. Normally, the monsters would not have been able to defeat a level A Fenrir, but they decided to attack the pregnant female, taking advantage of her slowness. Tenma saw that the snake was advancing. The hero used earth needles that pierced the snake's entire body. One of the snakes in Fenrir's mouth crunched, and the guy turned his head in fear. Tenma realized that he had acted carelessly and asked the wolf for forgiveness. Because of the heavy rain, he was having trouble using earth magic, but that was not the whole problem. The hero looked around in horror and realized that they were surrounded. The hero couldn't count the number of snakes, but there were too many of them. Tenma didn't care about himself, but the Fenrir shouldn't get wet in the cold rain. But then an idea came into the guy's head, and he thought that the rain could play into his hands. He used earthen spears on the snakes. Fenrir was quite smart, and the hero assumed that the wolf understood him. He needed to use his icy breath. Thanks to their combined attack, they created ice needles on the ground that froze the entire rain. The hero exclaimed that they needed to hide immediately, and they were able to buy about an hour of time. The guy asked the wolves to run after him. After some time, Tenma decided to catch his breath, and it seemed to him that they were able to break away. In gratitude, the female Fenrir licked the boy's cheek, and the hero laughed, saying that it tickled him. They couldn't get too cold, and the hero suggested going forward. Tenma asked Fenrir to hide in the shadow of the leaves and suggested his slime to come out. But then the hero felt something was wrong and turned to the Fenrir behind him. Fenrir stood motionless, but the hero did not understand what was going on. The she-wolf fell to the ground and Tenma approached her to find out what was going on. Apparently, her water had broken and she was going into labor, but the hero didn't know what to do. Tenma was in despair that he could do nothing to help her. However, one thought came to his mind, and he decided to create a barrier so that the enemy could not detect her. The boy decided that he had to protect the she-wolf in place of her father. The hero held the barrier and asked her to try, because there was very little time left. After some time, a small puppy was born. The small, still blind Fenrir tried to rise on his thin legs, which were still shaking badly and were weak. Tenma was so happy he cried and thought it was incredible. Fenrir had beautiful snow-white fur, and it looked like he wanted milk. The hero took him in his hand and pushed him to his mother, hoping that everything was okay now. The puppy found a source of milk and Tenma smiled, happy that everything was okay. The she-wolf took her puppy in her teeth. She placed it in front of the hero and whined pitifully, but Tenma did not understand what was going on. The hero took the puppy in his arms, and tears appeared in his eyes. The she-wolf looked at the guy for the last time and closed her eyes. In the end, the golden Fenrir male and silver Fenrir female were dead. The hero promised that he would become his family in their place. Tenma decided to name the puppy Shiro, which translated meant white. He called him by his full name and hoped that the puppy would like his new name, Shiramaru. The hero was pleased to meet his new friend, and he congratulated him on the beginning of a new life. Finally, the sad rain ended. A week later, the wolf cub had grown up and was causing some trouble for Tenma. Before reincarnation, the hero had experience only with adult pets. Shiramaru was pulling the sheet towards himself, but the hero asked him to stop, because he would tear it. Tenma desperately asked him to let go of the sheet, and his slime decided to help his owner. It protected the boy's head from falling to the floor, and served as a good soft pillow. The hero thanked his partner, and thought that he was still weak. He could not even imagine how difficult it was to keep a small Fenrir with him. The world of Fantasma was divided into 3 continents, the largest of which was the continent of Julans. It consisted of 3 kingdoms, Claston, Humble, and the Republic of Gilst. Tenma's point of rebirth was the edge of the kingdom of Claston, the village of Kakuri. Not far from the village of Kakuri, there was a rank A dungeon called the Forest of Elders. These were vast lands that civilization had not yet reached. Many said that only low-level monsters could be found around the entrance to this dungeon, but suddenly, monsters of ranks A and B, Fenris, and dragon snakes appeared on Tenma's path. Ricardo and Marlin, after listening to Tenma's story, considered the appearance of Fenris and dragon snakes in the territory of the Forest of Elders a danger. They reported to the supreme manager of the village of Kakuri that it was necessary to gather a group of adventurers to explore the situation of the dungeon. At the same time, the hero was raising a small puppy and reading books on caring for magical animals. As he thought, Fenris were different from normal puppies. His neighbor had a dog, and he thought that caring for a Fenrir would be similar to how his neighbor cared for his puppy. It looked like the puppy was teething, which was to be expected from a magical beast. Normal puppies don't start teething until their 3rd week of life. This was because the Fenrir was already hungry for meat and needed to be switched to baby food. This meant that Tenma's bed linen was finished, although he was also to blame, and there was no excuse for it. Tenma decided to hide everything in the slime, but nothing would fit in. Just then, his mother came into the boy's room and said that his father had called Tenma. The hero felt awkward, but the woman picked up the torn sheet and laughed. She said that nothing could be done about it, and Shiro was still very small. The hero knew he had to discipline him somehow, but Fenrir didn't listen to him at all. Tenma bathed the happy puppy and asked his father for forgiveness for the wait. The father asked Tenma what had happened, as they had been waiting for him for too long, and the hero apologized again. They had to cut up the monster meat he had brought, and they had put it in Tenma's father's magic bag so that it would not spoil. The magic bag had been enchanted with space-expanding and time-stopping spells, so the capacity of this bag was much larger than it might seem at first glance. Time was frozen inside the bag, so it could not carry living beings. Father's bag was of the middle level and could hold about 600 kilograms. Bags of a higher level were considered rare. But this time, The mass of the 4 defeated dragon snakes was about 2,400 kilograms. A regular magic bag wouldn't have held that much, but the protagonist was lucky to have a custom-made spatial bag with him. Unlike a magic bag, it didn't freeze time, meaning it wasn't meant to be used to carry perishable food. It was convenient to put heavy prey in it while hunting, and then store it in magic bags at home. Shiramaru was interested in the bag, and Tenma asked him to be careful. The custom-made spatial bag was different from a regular one. It was made using a special technology and was capable of holding loot that extended 50 meters in each direction, which exceeded the capacity of other spatial bags. In addition, it was no different from a regular bag in appearance. There would definitely be people who would want to get hold of it and use it as a tool in a war or during a coup d'etat. Tenma thought about it and decided to consult with his grandfather about it. After that, the hero came up with a special spell without which it would be impossible to open the bag. And it is unlikely that the inhabitants of this world would be able to come up with something like this. The father looked at the bag and made sure that everything was ready. In this case, the father suggested that they start cutting up the dragon snake meat. Of course, the snake's remains were not in the best condition, but it seemed that they would bring home a lot of meat today. The father looked at his son, and Tenma smiled at him. First, they had to get the demon's core and cut off its head. From the severed head, they would take the fangs and skull. The snake's skin was easy to remove, so they would separate the organs from the bones. Tenma looked at the skin in surprise. It was huge. Father told Tenma that they would only take meat for today. Fenrir found a bone and handed it to Tenma. His eyes were shining, and the boy thought that he wanted to play. He threw a bone and commanded the Fenrir to fetch, but the puppy had zero reaction. The father told Tenma that they had no time to play, and he needed to help cut up the meat. As the boy had thought, he was scolded after all. They cut up a couple of carcasses and decided that was enough. While Tenma's father was cutting the meat in the air, the hero carefully caught and placed the slices of meat on a tray. The father praised the boy and said that he caught everything perfectly. Before Tenma could relax, the Fenrir attacked him and wanted to take away the meat. Tenma raised the tray above his head and exclaimed that it was still too early. But Shiramaru didn't understand that it was still too early for him to eat meat. Father asked Tenma to calm down. They had done a great job today. Of course, it was far from the Fenrir they had butchered yesterday, but they had managed to get first-class products. The boy had heard about the Fenrir and decided to ask his father something. The hero said that he wanted to bury the Shiramaru's parents without cutting them into pieces. He felt that their meat was unnecessary for them. But my father said that the remains of large monsters pose a huge threat. If they are buried without being cut up, the bodies will emit toxic fumes. That was the best case scenario, but if they got it wrong, they could end up as walking dead. It was for this reason that they butchered the animals and used the resulting raw materials for their intended purpose. It was a normal cycle of biological material. Father thought that Tenma had a rather strange way of thinking. He stroked his son's head, smiled, and said that the boy was strange but merciful. The hero had an unusual value system. It was a little out of line with common sense, but he could see what was alien to many people, and the father was proud of his son. Both Fenrir fought bravely for their family, and Tenma certainly wouldn't want them to suffer after their death. These were just the rules of this world, and the hero agreed. After that, they returned home, where their mother greeted them. The father said that everything went well, and they collected a lot of useful resources, and sold the remaining meat to the caravan. The girl was happy about this. The hero admitted that he was very tired and felt that, after such work, they would have a great sleep. The guy stretched tiredly and the Fenrir barked, as if agreeing with him. Apparently the puppy wanted to eat, and Tenma remembered that he had chewed his mattress. But the girl had already prepared for this, and handed the guy a new down mattress. The hero noticed that it was made of Fenrir wool. Tenma's mother smiled and thought that his parents would like to be close to their puppy. Tenma remembered Shiramaru's parents and lowered his head. He thanked his father and mother for this gift. Shiro liked the mattress very much and immediately lay down on it. A month has passed since then. The hero told his father that if they were going hunting, they had to try snake tail soup beforehand. And again, rumors of a huge magical beast leaked out from the caravan. The plates were filled with grilled dragon snake meat and classic steaks. There was also a special offer of dragon snake soup. Rumors of high-level monsters spread among the adventurers. If someone was going hunting, they would definitely try snake soup. After eating it, you would immediately feel a surge of strength. Today, the hero played the role of a waiter. He was asked to bring 2 skewers of grilled snake meat, and Tenma thanked him for the order. There was a small celebration going on in the Kakuri village. The hero smiled. He had no doubts about his cooking skills. This was because in his past life he had no parents and lived with his grandfather, so he had to cook for himself. 2 weeks ago, adventurers began to flock to their village. Together with his mother, they opened their own shop, thanks to which they were able to make a good profit selling snake meat. The hero happily handed out the dishes and thanked them for waiting. One of the girls tried the meat on the skewer and licked her lips. She explained that it was beyond all praise and called this meat a real delicacy. In an instant, their shop became extremely popular among the villagers. The hero's father didn't even expect that it would be so lively. And all because of the rumors, a whole crowd of adventurers set out to search for high-level monsters. The old man said that any self-respecting adventurer hunted for the highest quality resources. And no matter how you look at it, selling dragon snake meat was a great decision. It didn't just taste great. It was said that this meat brought good luck when hunting high-level monsters. The old man noticed a puppy nearby and picked it up. Tenma thought that Shiromura wanted him dead. But the old man squeezed the puppy and said that he would never have thought that monsters of level B and above had such an amazing taste. Looking at how they squeezed Shiromura, Tenma even felt sorry for him. The hero thanked the old man for looking after Shiromura, and the old man asked about the boy's progress. The hero's father thanked him for his help and suggested that Tenma take a little rest. Their business was flourishing, and they earned about 100,000 copper coins. This was quite impressive, because with such money one could live comfortably in the village for several years. But still, when the conversation turned to adventures, everyone probably had a desire to reminisce about the past. The hero's eyes lit up, and he wanted to listen to their old stories. The father asked him not to irritate him, and told the grandfather to stop it. Grandfather ignored Tenma's father's requests, and said that he was once an adventurer. He was born in a small village, and was a very gifted but daring child, which is why he often allowed himself to challenge even adult adventurers. As an adult, he went to the capital and entered the academy, where he met Celia, becoming close friends with the prince himself. He often got into all sorts of trouble during incredible adventures. But since it had come to this, Tenma's father decided to tell what his grandfather was really like. He was the third son in a family of aristocrats, but despite the prohibitions associated with social status and quarrels with his older brothers, he entered the most noble school in the country and at the same time became an adventurer, performing incredible feats. Later, he left the capital, going on a journey across vast lands. The hero was simply delighted by this story. The father asked to stop talking about the past, and the grandfather said that it was a real shame. They were interrupted by the girls, who asked for forgiveness from the father of Tenma and approached them. They couldn't believe that the famous Ricardo and the sage Merlin were in front of them and asked to shake their hands. The old man and his father felt awkward and asked for forgiveness because they had to look after their grandson. Meanwhile, Tenma ran after the hungry Fenrir. The boy caught and picked up the puppy, and the parents asked where it had disappeared to. Tenma was delighted that his parents were actually celebrities. Silena approached her son and told Tenma that it was time for dinner. She offered the hero to look at what was happening to Shiramaru. Apparently, he was madly hungry, and drool was flowing from his mouth. The hero invited his mother to watch as a whole line formed to shake hands with his father and grandfather. As many said, they were pretty cool. The girl smiled and agreed that it was true. They were really cool back then. Therefore, the Tenma should have been at peace. After all, no matter what happened, they would always protect him. The hero looked at his mother and smiled, but suddenly there was a crash behind them, and they turned around abruptly. These were some adventurers who were screaming about being deceived. They believed that there were no high-level monsters in this dungeon and asked for their money back, which they had to spend on the road. Tenma thought that they were like little children, making such a fuss out of their own failure. It turned out that in any world there were pathetic adults who irritated the guy. Shiramaru got angry and wanted to attack one of the adventurers. The man thought that this dog was restless and wanted to kick it as far as possible, but someone grabbed the puppy by the skin. The hero's father picked up the dog and asked him to leave their establishment because their noise was scaring other customers. Their presence was causing inconvenience to others, but the adventurers ordered him to shut up because they had gotten them into debt. And if they wanted them to leave, they needed to give them their money back. The man apologized and said that this was not a compensation point, which angered the adventurer. The man threatened to kill him, and Tenma's father hid the puppy behind his back. The frightened Fenrir ran into Tenma's arms as the argument escalated. The father rudely asked the adventurer to shut up. The father assumed that since he threatened to kill him, it only meant that he was ready to answer for his words. Tenma's father released his terrifying power, which was the embodiment of the beast, and the adventurers were confused. They cursed, but decided not to fight with such a person and simply left. The man couldn't believe that such people could be called adventurers, and Tenma ran up to his father. There are hopeless guys in any era. Thinking about this, the grandfather calmly took a sip of tea. Grandfather believed that everyone had to take responsibility for their own actions, and that was pretty obvious. Father raised his fist in front of his son and asked the Tenma to remember that once and for all. He hoped that this would calm the adventurers down. Grandfather exclaimed that he made them cool, but Father asked Grandfather not to joke like that. Meanwhile, the adventurers thought that this old man was completely stunned and wanted to listen to some ideas from each other in order to catch him off guard. One of the adventurers suggested doing away with his son and asked the others for their opinion. But suddenly, among their group, there was an unknown person who managed to kill one of the men. The adventurers were confused and did not understand when he managed to do this. The mysterious man in the hood smiled and asked why they were so scared, because he was just offering to help each other. He cut the throat of one of the adventurers and reminded them that they wanted to take revenge on him. The stranger stabbed the adventurers and said that he had not forced them to do anything. He smiled and thought that the adventurers would agree with him. While it was raining outside, people started shouting that a pack of wolves had broken into the village and eaten the goats. People urgently asked Ricardo and Celia for help. Tenma's father said that Grandpa would be back later, so if anything happened, they were counting on him. The hero wanted to go too, but the girl asked him to stay home. After the incident with the dragon snakes, his parents became more protective of him. The headman's report stated that more than 10 wolves had been spotted. An order was given to call a defensive detachment and, if possible, destroy them all. In the worst case, they had to be driven away from the village. The father told his son that even without Merlin, the two of them would be more than enough to destroy the wolves. They relied on their son during their absence. The hero found it suspicious that the wolf howl was heard too often. Perhaps they were specifically trying to ensure that the defense squad would immediately discover their location. Just in case, the hero suggested that Shiramaru and Slime climb into his bag. Tenma found all this very suspicious and used his search. Search was an ability that allowed him to scan the environment in a selected area and project it into his mind. The hero expanded the search area to the maximum. He saw dead wolves, a moving pack of wolves, a mother and father with a defensive squad. The hero saw 2 packs of wolves, but he was interested in some movement. The wolves were moving in a rather strange way, and it was as if they were deliberately surrounding Dad's squad. But then, they suddenly disappeared from the vicinity of the other squads. The hero understood that they could not have been destroyed so quickly, and they had gone beyond the search area, but that was impossible. Tenma felt a group of people approaching here. The guy suggested that it could have been a team that was making a round of the village. But the hero did not understand what they needed in their house and looked back at the front door. He barely had time to turn around when the door swung wide open. But the 2 strangers who looked inside saw no one. The house seemed empty. Tenma was lying in wait for them on the cabinet and recognized those same adventurers. He assumed from their sharp blades that they clearly did not come to visit them. And apparently they came to take revenge on his father. With these words, the hero threw a book at one of them. He was angry that they chose him as a child as their target. The hero kicked and broke the man's nose, calling them fools. It was obvious that they had not yet even learned to read the enemy's characteristics. Tenma looked at the fallen adventurers and said that they had no right to call themselves adventurers. The hero threw a vase at them, thinking that the wolves were their doing. Tenma still felt the beast's presence, and the radar showed a group of 5 people. The guy asked the people unknown to him what they wanted to achieve with the help of these blockheads. Only 3 people remained, but the hero could not calculate their abilities. At the entrance, a group of 3 people were waiting for him. The leader was a beast-like man who thought the adventurers were pretty useless. He thought he could at least use them as bait and admitted that the Tenma was pretty good. For a child, he had great reflexes. He looked at the adventurers and decided that he didn't care about them, because he was planning on getting rid of them anyway. The beast man bared his teeth and said that their time had come, but he was going to kill the adventurers himself. Tenma felt that they were quite dangerous and became wary. While no one was expecting it, he suddenly jumped towards the bag and grabbed the knife near it. The mysterious guy in the hood smiled and offered the guy to play with them for a while. He quickly approached the guy, but Tenma managed to block his blow. The hooded man smiled and said that he was pretty good. The beast man was about to throw sharp daggers at him while Tenma was distracted, but the hero parried the blows and all the daggers fell right under the beast's paws. The monster was surprised that he was able to dodge such a blow, and his opponent said that he was well trained. The beastman ordered the others to call off the wolves. They were going to take him alive, and it would be bad if the guy died. Tenma guessed that they wanted the bag. The guy under the hood waited for the moment when Tenma opened up and pinned him to the wall with sharp objects. Tenma cursed and thought that it would be difficult to use magic here. There was a bright flash of light on the street, and Tenma decided to retreat. The enemies barely had time to turn around before the guy disappeared. The beast jumped out of the window after Tenma and ordered him to stop. He looked around and said that with such a heavy rain, he would not be able to smell it. The hero came to the conclusion that the flash had no effect on the blind beastmen. Tenma thought that he should hide and wait. Perhaps some of the villagers would come here to the light, but that might not happen. There was a chance that they would decide to attack the villagers who came, and the hero had to deal with them as quickly as possible. Tenma had barely jumped out from behind his opponent when he suddenly fell to the ground. For some reason, he couldn't move, and the guy couldn't understand what was wrong with him. The beast man said that their poison had finally worked on him. The hooded man cursed, unhappy that he couldn't see anything. The leader didn't understand why it took him so long and asked if he had used healing magic. The partner replied that the fat guy had passed out and they couldn't summon wolves anymore. The hero couldn't believe that he had been poisoned and remembered the moment with the blades. While Tenma was lying on the ground, he saw Shiramaru get out of the bag and attack the beast man. He jumped out of the bag that the enemies took from Tenma. The hero couldn't stop the puppy, and his voice was gone. The enemy aggressively kicked the puppy and ordered him to stay back. Shiramaru fell to the ground. After Shiramaru, a slime flew out of the bag and attacked the opponent's head, but the attacker also ordered it not to climb. The beastman calmly cut the slime that attacked him. The hero looked with horror at the immobilized puppy and also at the slime that was cut in half. The enemy did not have time to approach the Tenma when suddenly an arrow pierced the ground in front of his feet. It was the local adventurers who ordered the enemies to quickly retreat from the Tenma. But since the locals had found them, the leader approached the Tenma and said that they would do something different. The guy in the hood grinned and said that nothing could be done about it. The hero's body trembled in surprise. The beastman grabbed the boy by the head and ordered him to watch them closely. While the leader's partner was cutting up the locals, the beastman told the guy that they would kill them all because he resisted them. There were fewer and fewer people, and the hero shouted over and over again, asking them to stop. While the wolf's partner was cutting up the people's bodies, the leader let go of the guy's head and decided to stop fooling around. He ordered his partner to finish them off, but the hero still asked him to stop it. Tenma repeated this with all his might and became furious. He clutched his knife in his hands and cut his hand. He couldn't do anything about the poison that had already spread throughout his body, but it would immediately recover if he got rid of the place through which the poison entered the body. The guy thought that he would close the wound, because that is how his body should be designed. He stood up, and the beastman felt something was wrong. He turned to the hero and was surprised at how the hero stood on his feet. Tenma had already approached the wolf and told him that he was quite slow. In an instant, the guy cut off his hand, which fell to the ground in front of the beast. He used the air slash skill. Now he put 10 times more magic power into the strike. And if his enemy had moved to the side a couple of centimeters, he would already be dead. The beast man started yelling and promised Tenma to deal with him. But Tenma, without a shadow of a doubt, cut off the wolf's head with his air blade. The monster's head flew to the ground, and Tenma reminded him that he was quite slow. Tenma looked back at the wolf's corpse and admitted that it was his first time using this technique, but he did a pretty good job. Of course, it took much more magical energy than throwing a normal blade. But since the magic blade had to be controlled with your hands, this technique has a huge power and is very convenient to use. The hero staggered and felt the poison affecting him again. It was his last strength, and he fell to the ground. The boy tried to raise his head, but his eyes were darkening and his mind was clouded. Not far from him lay the severed head of a monster, which he looked at. In this world, people easily killed each other, and death at the hands of another person was not uncommon. Tenma thought about the consequences if he killed a person for the first time. Ever since he was reborn into this world, He had thought about this many times. Reborn in another world, he is still a former Japanese in his soul. The Japanese have absolutely no sense of danger. They are very gentle by nature, and the main character was also a peaceful Japanese to the core. Tenma couldn't even imagine what would happen to him if he started killing people in addition to monsters. But apparently, his fears were unfounded. There were people who were more terrible by nature than any beast, and he should not have restrained himself in killing these creatures. The partner who was with the wolf stepped on the head of a local resident and laughed. Tenma thought that if he didn't do this, he would lose what was dear to him. The head of this man was lying here not because he was a beast man, but because inside he had become a real beast. In addition to the beast people with beast souls, there were also people who were worse than monsters. The leader's partner decided that it was time for them to end this, and was upset when his victim died. He barely had time to turn his head when Tenma jumped out in front of him and swung a knife at his enemy. But the opponent was quite agile and blocked the knife with his blade. Apparently, he was not disappointed by the fact that the fat guy passed out and his dog died. At that moment, Tenma experienced this feeling for the first time. The enemy told Tenma that his partners were hopeless, and the hero decided to do it without a doubt. He had to kill his opponent. Of course, things didn't go according to plan for the enemy, and the stranger in the hood drank a tiny bottle of an unknown substance. He decided that in that case, the reward would go only to him, and this was determined to be good. In the blink of an eye, the enemy appeared in front of Tenma and said that his movements were as if in the palm of his hand. But for some reason, the main character was faster and cut off his hand. After stabbing him with a knife, the hero stabbed him right in the face with his free hand. Tenma pressed his fingers furiously into the enemy's eye socket, and the enemy screamed in pain. The hero, without thinking, applied force and slammed the man's head into the ground. After that, he loosened his grip. The monster's head remained in the ground, and only twitched slightly. Tenma sighed in relief when he suddenly heard the boys behind him. He smiled and was glad to see them. Celia ran up and picked up her son. Everyone hoped he was okay. The hero was glad none of them were hurt. Their joyful meeting was suddenly interrupted by a terrible voice that promised to destroy them. Turning back, the hero saw the same guy he almost killed. The man with the severed arm kept saying that he would destroy them all. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes, and didn't believe that he could still be alive. Tenma understood that he had run out of strength. The hero only saw the enemy attacking them, but the people ordered him not to come closer and were going to protect the Tenma. As a result, the guy simply lost consciousness. When the protagonist opened his eyes, to his surprise, he was lying on a soft pillow. Next to him were a sad slime and a Fenrir. The boy stared at his little friends in surprise. His mother came to him in tears, and was glad that he had woken up. Behind her stood Tenma's father and the old man. The father asked his son how he was feeling and hoped that he was not in pain. Obviously, the hero had been saved after all, and everyone was very worried about him. Tenma recalled the last moment he saw before him. He saw only the moment when the enemy threatened to destroy them and rushed into battle. Father and grandfather dealt with him in one fell swoop and said that these guys were quite noisy. Tenma's father delivered a slashing blow to his opponent, and he was thrown back. Grandfather said that girls don't like such things. When the enemy fell dead, the father called out to his son and wanted to make sure that Tenma was okay. When the mother looked at her son, he was already unconscious. She said that it was necessary to heal him immediately. The local villagers healed the boy and said that he would be fine now. Ricker, the hero's father, called out to Merlin's grandfather and asked him to look at it. Ricard lifted the head of the half-dead corpse of the attacker and asked Merlin what he thought about it. The sight of it alone made Grandfather shudder. He thought that Ricard was just a devil and that it was a real nightmare. But that was not what Ricard meant at all. He was interested in how this man could breathe. Besides, a normal person could not survive after that. Grandfather thought about it and said that he was like a zombie. It was obvious that this was the effect of the contents of the jar that he had drunk earlier, and it was unlikely that they would be able to find out anything from him now. It was very curious from the point of view of scientific research, but the safest thing would be to simply get rid of him. Ricard drew his sword from its sheath and agreed with Merlin. The remaining two who were involved in the whole thing admitted that they decided to join the attack in order to take revenge on Ricardo. But the beast people who were with them needed Shiromura. Their customer was a collector of rare animal stuffing. They were said to have been offered a large sum of money for the Shiromura's stuffing. Tenma's father decided to find out who the customer was. As it turned out, it was some aristocrat. As far as they knew, he was the eldest son of the Razak family. The locals understood that it would be extremely difficult to fight the aristocracy. The people thought of the aristocrat's eldest son, and their faces darkened. Judging by the way their faces twisted, one would think that he was a really big shot. Grandfather suggested that his father was their local feudal lord who owned the border lands, and if so, perhaps they should come after his head. Celia thought that a surprise attack would be just right, and they needed to make him answer for the attack on the Tenma. One of the locals asked them to wait a little. After all, that collector was not related to their local feudal lord. As far as they knew, his family had no connection to politics at all. Grandfather smiled and said that it was even better that way. Otherwise, there would be a huge fuss if they dragged their feudal lord into this. Even if they kill the aristocrat, the main thing is not to leave any direct evidence, and then there won't be any problems. And after that, the history of one aristocratic family was erased from the mainland. The old man noticed another jar under his feet and picked it up. Presumably, it was the same potion that turns people into zombies. The old man looked at the jar carefully and became curious about who was selling them. He decided to try to find out. Meanwhile, Tenma was training Shiramaru and throwing a bone to Fenrir and asking him to bring it back. 2.5 years have passed since the attack on the village. The hero raised his head and looked at the leaves that rustled in the wind. Today the forest seemed livelier than usual. Tenma closed his eyes, concentrated, and used the search skill. He saw a cluster of some living objects. It was a whole group of orcs, but they were not simple. There was a group of people near them, and they were probably attacked. Tenma realized that things were bad for them, and asked Shiramaru and the slime to get into the bag. The girl who was in the middle of the defensive detachment exclaimed that the orcs' actions were too well organized. And if this continues, they won't be able to resist them. But out of nowhere, someone exclaimed that they would help them. The group of people didn't even notice how the hero approached them and jumped onto the roof of their carriage. The guy squeezed a few pebbles in his hands and thought that this was a great chance to show off his abilities. Tenma threw rocks that hit the ground and commanded the golems to appear. At the same moment, large stone golems began to grow from small pebbles. The golems easily dealt with the orcs and caught them off guard. The girl did not understand what was happening and looked at the guy in surprise. After that, Tenma used full recovery magic. The entire group of people looked at their bodies in surprise and noticed that their wounds began to heal quickly. Everything was going according to the hero's plan, and he decided to move on to the next stage. Right in front of him stood a huge orc. It was immediately clear that this was the leader of the orcs. When there is a leader in a group of orcs, the rest become stronger. In this case, the orc stats would increase by 1 rank, but the hero didn't care much about that. Before the group member had time to thank the hero, the guy suddenly jumped off the roof of the carriage. He quickly approached the orc leader and came face to face with him. The orc became enraged and struck the ground with all his might with his sharp, huge axe. The monster was surprised and did not expect that the main character would deftly dodge and take out his dagger from his back. In a jump, Tenma swung his blade and cut half of the orc leader's body at once. The group of people noticed how the orcs immediately looked at each other and stopped. Without thinking twice, they decided to retreat and quickly ran away. But Tenma wasn't going to let them go, and with a snap of his finger, he used earth spears that pierced the bodies of the fleeing victims. When it was all over, the guy sighed in relief. An unknown old man came out to meet the hero and expressed his gratitude for their salvation. Thanks to him, this battle went without losses. Tenma was a little embarrassed, but suddenly noticed his expensive clothes, and it seemed to him that he was a rich man. First, the guy wanted to see his characteristics. Seeing the old man's characteristics, Tenma's mouth opened in surprise. The old man's name was Alex von Blumhoff-Claston. He was 47 years old, a human, and the king of the Claston lands. The hero stared at the old man, still not believing that the king himself was standing in front of him. As soon as Tenma said his title, the entire group of people immediately became alert and prepared for battle. But the king ordered his group to lower their swords. The girl wanted to return it to the king, but the old man thought that they had heard his order. The girl quickly bowed to the king and asked for forgiveness for her rudeness. The king would like to know from the protagonist how he learned about his title. Tenma knew he was in trouble, and that he couldn't just say he looked at his stats. The guy hesitated with his answer and didn't know where to start, so he just glanced sideways at the old man and mumbled under his nose. He quickly came up with an excuse and pointed to the carriage that had a coat of arms on it. He had heard that the coat of arms, which depicted both a lion and a dragon, was only allowed to be used by the royal family. He had also heard that the king of their lands was about the same age as him. The hero smiled nervously, but the king asked him not to be nervous and saw that the boy had been taught well. Tenma was glad that no one was hurt and said goodbye, saying that it was time for him to leave. Tenma thought that the king was very annoying and wanted to leave as soon as possible. But the king did not want to let him go so easily and, putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, asked him to wait. Tenma forced a smile and said that if he didn't come home early, his mother would worry. The old man said that in that case, his mother would receive an explanation personally from the king. One of the soldiers told His Majesty that he was putting their monk in an awkward position. The girl agreed with her partner and asked His Majesty to calm down. The king agreed with them and said that it was time for them to introduce themselves. He called himself Alex and once again clarified that he ruled this country. The dark-haired man with a mustache bowed and introduced himself as Clafe. He was the chief chamberlain of the royal court. A handsome-looking guy named Edgar smiled and thanked the hero again for saving him. The men in the bodyguard group also introduced themselves. The first was Jean J.B. and the second Sigurd. Sigurd smiled and apologized for his earlier rudeness. The girl smiled and introduced herself as Chris. She was pleased to meet her savior and thanked Tenma for his help. She glanced at the golems once more and asked Tenma to call them back. The hero had already forgotten about his assistance and ordered the golems to return. At that moment, the stone golems turned to dust and disappeared. Cliff had no doubt that the ability to ideally control golems at such an age was an extremely rare thing, and he wanted to know the name of the hero. Tenma introduced himself and said that he lived in the Kakuri village, which was nearby. The king was delighted with this coincidence and said that they were just heading there. As a result, the hero found himself in the same cart with the boys and the king, where he felt rather awkward. He did not understand why everything turned out this way. Earlier, he wanted to get home by levitation and jumped into the air. But the king managed to catch him by the leg, and the boy fell to the ground. Alex asked him not to be so heartless and suggested that they all go together. Besides, he might never get the chance to ride in the royal carriage again. Thus, the hero failed to escape from the king. In that case, the hero decided to ask the king why they had decided to visit their Kakuri village. The king said that recently rumors of something strange happening in the Elder's Forest had leaked all the way to the capital. In addition to that, a scheduled inspection of the Margraves would soon be held, and this had to be done once every 10 years. So the king thought he could calm the villagers down by going there in person. In fact, according to Clive, their king's mood changed very quickly, and it was a spontaneous decision. The king looked sullenly at Clive, who fell silent and pretended not to notice anything. Tenma felt that they had to report their arrival. After all, the king's mere appearance on the Margrave's lands imposes a huge responsibility on him. So Alex decided it would be much better to visit them with a small detachment. His Majesty wanted to say that he was irritated by the subordinates of the Margraves, who were obliged to be present during such events. The king looked again with irritation at the Clave, who also stared at the floor and pretended not to notice anything. Tenma wasn't sure if the king was allowed to do that, but Clive said that the king could do anything. The king exclaimed that he hadn't said that. As it turned out, the king was a real slob. But what surprised the hero most was that, as it turned out, in the old days the king and his parents created a team of adventurers. At least, he had heard about something like that before. During their service, they were very famous, and there were rumors that they even hunted dragons. Tenma's father shook the king's hand, who was happy to meet Ricardo. Suddenly, a female voice called out to the hero. It was his disgruntled mother, who had previously asked him not to get into trouble. The king asked her not to be angry, because he was their savior after all, but the girl gave Alex an angry look. Alex decided to remain silent, and the hero felt like he was a rather useless king. Celia was approached by her grandfather, who believed that it was not worth scolding Tenma. After all, if he got involved in this on purpose, perfectly assessing his capabilities, then this decision can be considered an act of courage, and on the contrary, it should be praised. This was exactly what Tenma expected from his grandfather, whom Celia could not contradict. The king told the respected Merlin that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the old man agreed with him. Tenma found it surprising that the king would address his grandfather with such politeness. Cliff explained to him that Merlin used to work as a personal tutor for the king. As a child, His Majesty was quite the prankster, so many tutors could not cope with him and immediately quit. The king could only listen attentively to Merlin's lessons. Tenma was once again convinced that he had a pretty cool grandfather. He taught him the most effective way to torture, and also how to skip classes, making everyone believe that he studied diligently and so on. The hero immediately felt uneasy. He thought that these were absolutely useless exercises. When night came, the guy went to sleep in his room. While the adults were drinking tea, the king asked Ricardo about the child, whom they apparently managed to make. In addition, Tenma seemed rather unusual to him, and asked Clive what he thought about it. Clive was sure it would be dangerous to challenge him in a tournament for the opportunity to serve in the royal guard. The king believed that he could send the Tenma to the strongest royal detachment serving for the benefit of His Majesty, or to the guard of his son. The king didn't notice how Celia came up to them from behind and said that he could do it if Tenma wanted it himself. The king assumed that they had some kind of problem with the guy. Celia didn't know how to explain it, and the king realized that he was not their child. The girl was afraid that he might run away from home if he found out that they were not his real parents. Ricardo put his arm around the girl and apologized for not noticing how worried she was about this. But the king did not understand what she was talking about. For she was, without a doubt, his mother, and this could be understood at first glance. Grandfather confirmed this and noticed that when they scolded the boy, he became sad, but when they praised him, he smiled happily. It was obvious, and all because they were his parents. Celia shed a tear and agreed with everyone. The next morning, the protagonist was told about the guard. The king offered him to become a guard in his own son's detachment. But the guy, without even thinking, decided to refuse such an offer. The girl who was the king's bodyguard was shocked. She explained that this guy could not just go and join the elite guard, being a 12-year-old commoner. And at this rate, he will be able to take up even higher positions in the future. The group of guys did not understand when it became so easy to get a noble title. The king wanted to know the reason for the refusal, and the hero answered that he was not attracted to the guard. And the main thing was that he would not be able to see his family. The father and mother were shocked by this decision, and the king felt very sorry. But on the other hand, nothing can be done about it. The king said that as planned, a survey of the Forest of Elders would be conducted here. The king, along with his escort group and everyone else, headed to the Forest of Elders. It seemed to him that there was nothing suspicious in the area, but they had only been there for half an hour. The king's companion decided to ask Mr. Ricardo if there really was something so unusual here. Ricardo replied that in the past few years, 9 B-class monsters and 2 A-class magical beasts had been discovered here. Moreover, they were within 50 kilometers of the village, which astonished the king. It was extremely close. The king asked what kind of magical beasts these were. He was shocked when he learned that 2 Fenrir had died here. It turned out that the puppy that Tenma had tamed was their child. Ricardo confirmed and said it was a Shiramaru. Meanwhile, Shiramaru was playing with a girl from the squad and happily looked at the bone in her hand. There was a church and a house of the village manager in the village. Some of their houses were used as a medical center, although they treated most diseases with magic, so no one used the medical center. While her partner carefully examined his notes, the girl chased after the Fenrir. It seemed that she was not working at all, but playing with the Fenrir and praising him. She stroked the wolf's head and said that he was a good and active boy. Out of anger, her partner clenched his fist and broke his pen. As he thought, the village had suddenly undergone huge changes over the past few years. The number of infected villagers has increased, and along with this, an increase in the number of monsters in the village area has been noticed. Over the last 45 years, the number of cases has doubled and even tripled. And speaking of monsters, there have been several eyewitnesses who claim to have seen goblins and slimes near the village. The king understood everything and assumed that these events were somehow connected to each other. Most of the disease carriers had frequented the Elders' forest, and many of them had direct contact with monsters while hunting. Based on this, they could believe that there was a high probability that something strange was going on in the forest. The king decided to involve the defense detachment, having secured the support of the capital. They will conduct a study, after which they will take appropriate measures. The king thanked all the boys for their help, and thanked Ricardo and Merlin for their cooperation. 3 months have passed since the king visited the Kakuri village. Tenma called his mother and said that he had managed to collect a lot of medicinal herbs. Celia called her son a clever boy and suggested that it was difficult for him to pick so many herbs, but for the hero, it was a piece of cake. During this time, the defense detachment established shelters near the village. In addition, soldiers and doctors from the capital arrived here. The villagers were supposed to welcome the arrivals from the capital warmly, but the Kakuri villagers were not very happy about this event. One of the reasons for the discontent was that with their arrival, the place where high-level medicinal herbs were collected was fenced off and entry was prohibited for villagers. In addition, among the soldiers there were guys secretly selling herbs to the black market and earning a little money from it. Due to the soldiers' fault, one of the village's sources of income was no longer there, and the supply of medicinal herbs was only decreasing. Therefore, the residents' discontent was quite justified. And so, thanks to the hero's ability to use levitation magic, which allows him to cover a huge distance in a short time, the responsibility of collecting medicinal herbs fell on his shoulders. The guy thought that it was time to collect ingredients for today's dinner. While the hero was collecting medicinal herbs, a couple of soldiers approached him, noticing that a certain child had collected quite a lot of useful things. But they didn't expect the guy to just ignore them and move on. The soldiers got angry and asked him to stop again. One of the soldiers couldn't stand it any longer and stopped the boy, putting his hand on his shoulder. He shouted at the little guy not to dare ignore him. But to his surprise, Tenma didn't pay any attention to him and only abruptly brushed his hand off his shoulder. He knocked the soldier to the ground, who didn't expect such strength from a child. The soldier screamed and asked Tenma how he dared to do this. The guy used his secret infanticide technique and hit the soldier with all his might, who had managed to get back on his feet. When both soldiers had given up their ghosts, Tenma walked forward briskly and told Fenrir that it was time to think about dinner. By evening, the hero had prepared many different dishes and told everyone that it was time for dinner. Grandpa was delighted with Tenma's efforts, and it looked quite delicious. The hero grinned and said that this time he managed to collect a bunch of Discoria roots, and he also caught a partridge. The father tried the dish and said that his son had made a very tasty batter. Celia would never have thought that grated Discoria root would go so well with rice. Tenma was glad to have dinner with his family. There had been some changes in the village, but to him they were mere trifles. Surrounded by constant smiles, the protagonist thought that both now and in the future, while he is in this world, he will have a fun time with his loved ones. Tenma thought that their happiness would continue. One day, a loud stomping sound was heard near the village. A month later, a disaster struck the village, and the harbingers of this misfortune were zombie goblins. These were no ordinary zombies, and they acted in unison. Apparently, a higher-level being was controlling their actions. One of the soldiers saw something when he followed one of the escaped zombies. He saw a whole crowd of zombies in the forest, at least 100 monsters, ready to approach the village in a few days. Immediately after this, a meeting was held between the village representatives and the soldier detachment. It was decided to evacuate to the nearest town and wait for support from the defensive detachment. Thus, the evacuation was supposed to begin the next day. But for some unknown reason, their entire cart disappeared. No one could guess who it could be, and they couldn't believe their eyes. There wasn't a soul in the shelter, and the soldiers took all the food and fled. There was a real silence in the village, and no one could believe it. A local resident told Ricardo that things were looking pretty bad for them, as a whole horde of zombies had approached the village too quickly. The soldiers gave them a false estimate of their approach to the village in order to escape and used them as bait. Ricardo shouted to all the other residents that they needed to hide in the shelter as quickly as possible and hurry. One of the villagers suggested that they should leave the village as soon as possible, but they had no carts or food. They were not sure that the children, women, and old people would be able to reach the city safely in this situation. They had no choice but to wait in the shelter. Grandfather thought that everything would go well, because he was next to them. The locals immediately perked up and thought that in addition to that, Celia and Ricardo were also with them, and decided to hurry to the shelter. Ricardo approached his grandfather and said that it would not be easy. According to the soldiers' report, about 100 zombies were spotted. And if you take into account the zombies hiding in the depths of the forest, then you should expect at least 1,000 monsters. But despite their situation, they still had to do it. Tenma's father told his son that he would have to fly to the city the soldiers were heading to and give them a message. The hero disagreed and told his father that without him, it would be harder for them to fight the monsters. The father replied that with the help of levitation, he would be able to get to the city faster than the soldiers. Ricardo wanted his son to inform the guild of the situation and ask for their help. He handed Tenma the guild card he used before and said that if he showed it, they should listen to him. Father believed that only the protagonist could handle this and counted on him. Tenma told his father that he understood everything. After some time, it was deep night, and the monsters were still approaching the village. A real ominous darkness crept towards the village itself from the depths of the forest. After some time, a whole crowd of goblin zombies appeared in the village. Tenma's father told Celia and Merlin that as soon as he gave the signal, they were to spray fire magic on them. In the meantime, they could simply finish off the weakened monsters. As the enemies approached, the father ordered the use of fire magic. Celia and Merlin used Firestorm at the same time. A bright flame burst out and fell upon an entire army of monsters. Tenma's father ordered all the people to go forward so as not to miss a single creature. After some time, the locals were able to defeat all the monsters and a suspicious calm reigned. In that case, while they had time, everyone needed to refresh themselves. They had to at least restore their strength a little. By the way, they had almost no food or weapons left, and if there were the same number of monsters next time, things would be bad for them. The man who fought with them and watched from the tower told Ricardo that their business was bad. Meanwhile, the hero was rushing back to the village. He sent a request for support to the guild, but it took too long. The sun was about to set, and he needed to get back to the village as soon as possible. Suddenly, Tenma saw a huge black moving spot from above. He flew closer to find out what it was. The locals were horrified that the army of monsters was growing, and this time, there were more of them than last time. At that moment, Tenma arrived to them, calling out to his father and wanting to make sure that everything was okay. Ricardo asked his son if they could send them support, and Tenma replied that everything was fine. However, they said that it would take them a day to get to their village. It was quite a long time for them. One of the guys wasn't sure if they could wait for them in that condition. But Tenma's father thought that everything would be fine and praised the boy for his good work. The hero wanted to tell his father something else. On the way back, he found the escaped soldiers and was able to take their things and food from them. Ricardo was delighted and thanked the guy again for his help. In this case, people began to believe that they would somehow survive another day. But the resident on the watchtower called out to everyone else and said that their situation had worsened. As it turned out, among the crowd of revived zombies, there were not only orcs, and there were plenty of them. The orcs were joined by dragon snakes. It could be said that these creatures could also become zombies. Tenma prepared for the attack and asked everyone to hide in the shelter as quickly as possible. Ricardo didn't understand what his son was going to do. The guy smiled and said that he wanted to try something, but it was not a fact that he would succeed. However, they had no other choice. The hero took a step forward and stood in front of the zombie army. He extended his hand forward and used a firestorm that rained down on the crowd of monsters. But the locals had tried something similar before, and Ricardo shouted to his son that it wouldn't work. The old man looked closely and saw that the hero was using wind magic, and everything became clear to him. He used the wind to increase the fire power. The old man's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked Tenma what he was thinking. The boy screamed and ordered the monsters to burn. After the wind attack, he immediately used a fire tornado. All those present were surprised by such a powerful force of the hero, and the guy thought that now, somehow, he would cope with them. But suddenly, amidst the smoke, the hero noticed something that looked like a pillar of light flying towards them. It was a powerful pillar of flame, which Tenma barely dodged to the side. The pillar of flame flew straight towards the shelter where all the other residents were. As soon as he crashed into the building, there was a powerful explosion that made Tenma close his eyes. As soon as the guy came to his senses, he looked around, but all that remained around him were the remains of the building. The hero was in shock and did not realize that the shelter had been destroyed. Meanwhile, his mother was desperately trying to heal Ricardo's wounds. His legs had been blown off, and the wounds were quite serious. Celia looked at Tenma in tears and said that his father covered her with himself. The hero was horrified, looking at his half-dead father, and wanted to run up to him. As soon as he moved, a loud crash was heard from behind, and Tenma looked back. Right in front of them stood a terrifying beast with wings, which seemed to have crawled out of the ground and screamed. The old man and Tenma could not believe their eyes, because this simply could not be. It was a real zombie dragon. The woman was horrified as she looked at the huge monster that was destroying everything in its path. Furthermore, even among the dragon varieties, this highest level monster was an ancient dragon. This explained the cohesion of the other zombies' actions and, unfortunately, until they defeated him, the zombies would continue to attack. Besides, they all had terrible injuries, and Grandpa didn't know how they would fight him. But the hero did not agree with this, and used his magic of full restoration. The wounds of all the people close to him began to heal, but Celia asked Tenma not to do this. She saw how the protagonist's eyes began to close. The grandfather ran up to the boy and asked him not to do this. Moreover, he had already spent a huge amount of energy using fire and wind magic, and his body would not be able to withstand such a load. But Tenma only looked at his father in horror, and did not understand why his bleeding did not stop. Tenma and his grandfather turned around and noticed that the dragon was about to shoot fire a second time. The father ordered his son to stop this, but the hero did not understand what he was talking about. Ricardo asked him to run away as quickly as possible. The boy, in tears, put on a fake smile and said that everything was fine because he still had a little time left. He thought that just a little more and he would finish the healing, but Celia called out to Tenma and asked him to listen to his father. The tearful girl smiled at her son and said that he had done enough, for which she was grateful to him. The hero didn't understand why even his mother would say such a thing. They thought they had enough, so they only wanted to save the Tenma, but the hero didn't agree with that. He shouted that they had managed somehow and all the time they had been together, so he couldn't just retreat. Meanwhile, the dragon had already prepared for a fire attack. Tenma knew he was using fire again, but suddenly something pushed him. It was his grandfather who pushed the boy away with his hand and wanted to take the blow himself. All three of them, Celia, Ricardo, and Grandfather Merlin, smiled and asked Tenma to live. As soon as the grandfather pushed the Tenma away, a huge flaming pillar flew past the guy. The pillar of fire hit the Tenma family straight, and the hero screamed. The last thing he saw in front of him was the bright silhouettes of his parents, who sacrificed themselves for their son and covered him. After the deafening explosion, Tenma hung his head and withdrew into himself. He was shocked to find himself alone, while right in front of him a sea of blood of his family and friends was flowing. Tenma rose to his feet in horror and looked up at the huge dragon that was destroying everything in its path. All the moments of life that he lived with his family flashed before his eyes. He fell to his knees again and whispered that he had had enough. He asked the dragon to kill him as soon as possible, because he no longer had a reason to stay alive, and he needed to meet his family sooner. But suddenly the hero heard voices that seemed to be speaking in his head. He was asked to live clearly and distinctly, and these were his relatives. They called Tenma by name and asked him over and over again to survive. The guy started crying again and said that it was too much for him. Tenma clutched his head in tears and thought that his parents were very strict. The guy took a deep breath and cried even more, because that was the reason. After all, it was for this reason that he loved them so much. He believed that it was these people who gave him this life. Therefore, the main character could not leave everything like that and looked up at the dragon. Tenma rose to his feet and said that for that reason, he couldn't allow his life to be taken so easily. A huge dragon with 3 heads stared at Tenma, and the hero prepared to attack. He used the strengthening technique, thanks to which he returned from another blow. The dragon was fast enough and managed to strike Tenma on the shoulder, but the hero was able to partially reflect it. The blow was so strong that it threw the protagonist back. Tenma broke several trees with his back and fell to the ground with a crash. Another broken tree fell on him, but Tenma slowly rose to his feet and coughed up blood. He looked up at the dragon, who was already preparing his next attack. Seeing the dragon's fiery beam again, Tenma remembered his parents, who had saved him earlier, and pursed his lips. He explained that he should never have died here, and that this dragon could never take anything away from him again. The hero slammed his fist into the ground and used a skill that summoned earthen columns. After one of the sharp peaks pierced the dragon's face, the protagonist used an air slash. He used maximum power to quickly approach the enemy and destroy him with one blow. In an instant, Tenma cut off one of the dragon's heads. The dragon screamed and his body began to bend towards the ground. Tenma also stopped to rest, but began to notice something was wrong. The head that had been cut off earlier began to make crunching sounds, like bones were cracking. The dragon's head grew back onto the body, and the dragon's furious gaze turned to the hero. The guy cursed, but in that case, he decided to use a different technique. He held his hand out in front of him and said that he had to wipe the dragon off the face of the earth so that not a trace of it would remain. The boy knew he wouldn't be able to survive because his strength was running out, but he was going to give it his all. Tenma wanted to show the dragon what he was capable of. The hero summoned a huge firestorm that engulfed everything around him. In addition, the dragon's heads began to incinerate before our eyes. With the last of his strength, the hero smiled and said that the damn rotten lizard deserved it. Finally, the hero remembered his family and told them that he had tried very hard, so that was enough for him. Tenma began to be pulled downwards, after which he fell and closed his eyes. The hero didn't even notice how he ended up in the river that flowed nearby. The current of the mountain river was quite fast. This meant that there was a cliff with a waterfall ahead. The main character began to drown, but only one hand remained on the surface. the hand disappeared under the water, and Tenma began to dive deeper and deeper. He tried to move his fingers, but he couldn't. There was a fog in his head, and Tenma assumed that he was dying. The guy opened his eyes slightly, after which he fell to the bottom. Suddenly, someone's voice called Tenmu, and the hero opened his eyes in surprise. Right in front of him stood that very god and smiled at him. The god of creation greeted the hero, but the boy did not understand what he was doing there. God was glad that the hero remembered him, and said that he and Tenma had not seen each other for a long time. He decided not to go on for too long and told the hero that he had come to save him. If he doesn't help him at this moment, it will be obvious that he will die. It wasn't really fair, but he couldn't let the hero die just like that. The hero didn't care about himself. He immediately asked about the others. Tenma screamed that his family was killed by the zombie dragon and all the villagers, as well as his grandfather, father, and mother. God lowered his eyes and sincerely apologized. The fact is that he could not bring back to life those who had already lost it. But the main character was still alive, and they made a decision. The main character wasn't supposed to die. Or rather, none of the gods wanted him to die. God extended his hand to the hero and asked him to live. Besides, it was not only their wish, but also the wish of his relatives. Later, Tenma opened his eyes, remembering everything that happened before. Suddenly, a large, soft tongue licked his cheek. It was Shiramaru and the slime that followed him. The boy hugged his pets with happiness and was glad that they were all right. Tenma was curious about how much time had passed, so he asked Shiramaru. Thenru just stared at the guy, clearly not understanding his question. The hero lowered his head and remembered the request of his loved ones and the gods. Suddenly, Tenma heard a voice that told him that the expression on his face was making him sad. The boy turned his head towards the river and saw a fish sticking out of it. The fish smiled and said that children should not be so smart. Tenma stared in shock at the fish, who wanted to know what had happened to him. Tenma guessed who might be in front of him. It could be a regular fish, a carp, a monster, or an unknown creature that needed to be finished off before it attacked. So the hero decided to use an air slash. He was about to use maximum power again, but the fish panicked and asked him to stop, because he was not his enemy. Tenma assumed he was reincarnated, and the fish smiled. It swam to the shore and introduced itself as Namataro. The hero was surprised to meet a reincarnated person like him here. It was quite an amazing coincidence. The fish replied that it was the first time she had spoken to a human. Moreover, even before his reincarnation, this had never happened to him. The guy agreed and admitted that it was also the first time he had spoken to a fish. Namataro asked the hero what he was doing in such a place. The boy's gaze became sad again. Namataro realized that he was from the Kakuri village and assumed that Tenma had had a hard time. Tenma was surprised that Namataro knew about what happened in the village. The fish replied that he heard it from the chirping of the birds. After the zombie leader was defeated, the rest of the monsters immediately disappeared somewhere, and the surviving villagers evacuated to another place. Tenma assumed that in that case, the Kakuri village no longer existed. Namataro was sad and hard to talk about, but there was no one and nothing left in that place. He asked the hero what he would do next in that case. Tenma stroked his fluffy Fenrir and said that first they needed to get to the nearest town or village. But Namataro wasn't asking about that. He was asking about how he would live on. The boy's face showed that he had lost a lot, and Namataro was worried about whether he would be able to move forward. The hero looked at his reflection in the water. He hung his head and admitted that he himself didn't really know whether there was any point in going further. But the only thing he was 100% sure of was that he had to become stronger. The main character always considered himself strong, but in fact it was his loved ones who looked after and protected him. The boy raised his head and exclaimed that he would like to become stronger, and all this in order to protect what was dear to him. Tenma was no longer going to lose what he loved. Some female voices were trying to wake the boy up and kept calling Tenma's name. The hero lazily opened one eye and saw 3 girls with fox ears in front of him. The girls smiled and exclaimed that he had finally woken up. The hero yawned tiredly, and one of the girls said that they kept calling him, for which Tenma asked them for forgiveness. He smiled and said that he just had a dream about the past. One of the girls thought that Tenma was crying, but the hero explained that this was not so. She looked at the guy suspiciously, and the hero said that he just yawned. The hero thought about his new friends and the new place that he wanted to protect with his own strength. A new chapter of life began with a beautiful morning. Tenma was in a town called Guns. He ran out of his house and ran to the canteen in the town. At this point, Tenma was already 15 years old. The man who met him on the road smiled at the boy and noticed that he was full of energy since the morning. The hero smiled and wished him a good morning. The man reminded the boy that it was time for breakfast, and he was waiting for him in the dining room. The hero was served scrambled eggs with bacon and salad, as well as buns and tea, and they wished him a bon appetit. Tenma combined it all into a bacon and egg hamburger. The woman who approached him said that this was a rather unusual way of eating these products, but the hero said that it was very tasty. After they said goodbye to Namataro, he visited many towns and villages. Now he stayed at the Inn of Guns. He liked the local people and the scenery. The male waiter thought that something had happened to him, because today the hero woke up earlier than usual. The hero chewed his burger and said that today he decided to apply to join the guild. The man was surprised by this and asked the guy why he decided to do this only now. Tenma had a lot to think about, and the man assumed he was going to start doing the tasks right away. The hero said that he would take on the task if he found something suitable, and thanked the waiter for the food. The hero thanked Shiramaru and Slime for waiting for him. The reason why the hero decided to apply to join the guild was very simple. Tenma was going to become stronger to protect his close friends. During this time, Shiramaru grew and became stronger, after which he became his riding pet. A beautiful and bright medallion also jingled on his neck. Tenma reached the guild headquarters of Gun City. The hero asked his friend Shiramaru and Slime to wait for him there, and said that he would return soon. The kids passing by were crazy about the Fenrir and exclaimed that it was quite cute and big. As they walked inside, the boy smiled and said that it didn't bite, so they could cuddle it. The hero entered the headquarters building, where he met 3 fox girls and wished Mile, Lily, and Nellie good morning. The girls assumed that he was going to join a guild and offered to do quests with him. In general, they wanted the hero to join their team and offered to do so. The hero felt awkward and said that if there was something suitable for him. Besides, the girls always refused quests. The adventurer girls were C-rank and were the sisters of the Nico. The boy said he would go and register first, and the girls wished him luck. They became attached to him on the way to Jinjo City after he saved them from being attacked by 2 ogres. They were very surprised when he, who only had a temporary registration in the guild, was able to deal with B-rank monsters. The hero was asked to write down all the information necessary to join the guild on the form, and Tenma understood everything. He had to enter his name, age, magical skills, family information, criminal record, etc. The guy decided that he would not write down particularly powerful techniques there. Tenma was given his guild card and asked to be careful and not lose it. If he lost the card, he would have to pay for a new one, and the hero thanked the administrator. Tenma looked at his card and was surprised. The girls were also surprised that the hero started with a drink. This is exactly what they expected from Tenma and pounced on his shoulders. Since rank EF was a temporary registration, the hero assumed that he should have started from rank E. The girl administrator explained that if he could easily deal with monsters of rank C and above, they decided to assign him rank D. Tenma understood how it worked. The girls were already impatient to take on the task with Tenma and hurried him along. A male voice came from behind, telling Lily that they should join their team, because they certainly didn't need such a newbie. These were three guys who thought it would be dangerous for them to constantly look after the hero, and, unlike him, they were very strong. The girls looked at the group of boys with disdain and refused them. The group leader asked them to think twice, as there was no point in dragging this weakling around with them, who was of no use. The girls got angry and ordered him not to dare say nasty things about Tenma. The boys thought he was joining them just for the sake of it, and he was like a leech. They were shocked that the girls didn't see it. Tenma smiled guiltily and silently thanked them for insulting him like that. The girls didn't know what they were talking about and asked Tenma not to listen to them, after which they led him to the assignment board. The boys just looked at them angrily. The girl took one of the tasks and asked her group's opinion. The task required the destruction of ferocious boars. It was a rank C quest with a reward of 5,000. The task was to bring the carcasses of ferocious boars. To put it simply, they are something like giant boars. The hero thought about it. They said that they trampled the fields heavily, causing great damage to agriculture. Tenma was not against it, especially since he had hunted these monsters more than once. The girls were delighted and surrounded Tenma, saying that if he agreed with this, then they would go with him. And once the decision had been made, it was time to get ready to hit the road. The hero prepared a regular potion, a magic potion, and just in case, took an antidote with him. They also needed to prepare water and some food, and Lily wanted to take some cookies with her. The girls asked the hero if they had forgotten anything. The guy said that it would be nice to take a rope and a towel with them. After some time, the girls got hungry, and the hero suggested that they eat again at that eatery. After a hearty dinner, the boys said goodbye to the girls until tomorrow, as they had agreed. The girls waved goodbye to Tenma and asked him to be careful on the way back. They also thanked the hero for seeing them off. While the main character was walking home along the deserted night streets, he came across those same guys from the guild who were lying in wait for him. The leader of the group smiled slyly and told the newcomer that he was late. All this time they waited for the guy to be alone, but Tenma did not understand what they needed. Of course, he noticed them a long time ago. The leader of the group said that this conversation would not be difficult and asked to give them those three girls, but the hero did not understand what he meant. His teammate told Tenma that it was too early for him to be interested in such things. The hero reminded them that they had already been rejected, but they didn't care at all. They thought that they would make these girls change their minds. The boys laughed and said that these cats would need some proper discipline. They believed that if they were punished, they would become obedient in their bed. The leader of the group decided to take pity on the boy and said that when they got tired of it, they would allow him to play with them. Until then, the hero will have to wait. The guy laughed at Tenma and called him a baby. The leader of the group didn't even notice how the hero appeared right in front of him. At first, Tenma seemed like he was about to punch him, but his fist stopped right in front of his face. The hero relaxed his hand and asked about what he had said earlier. Tenma pretended not to hear him and asked him to repeat it. With these words, he grabbed the guy's clothes and lifted him up. The hero's face expressed obvious anger, and he asked what they were going to do with his friends. Tenma scared them a lot, and the hero felt like he overdid it a bit. And despite that, they still made him too angry. After this incident, the three of them did not bother him anymore. The next morning, the girls greeted the Tenma. They wagged their cat tails and apologized for being late. One of the girls looked at her sister sullenly and said that the two of them had kept her awake all night, so they had overslept. But her sister explained that it was not true and blamed her sisters for everything. The hero did not want to listen to this and suggested that they move on. Nellie asked how far away the village was. Lily replied that if they set out right now, they would arrive there by evening. The guy asked them to stop and decided to show them something. The girls were shocked when they saw a whole cart in front of them. The girls opened their mouths in surprise and asked the guy where he got this cart from. Tenma apologized to them for being scared. He had a dimensional bag, and it had a space-distorting spell on it, so almost anything could fit inside it. Shiramaru and the slime also loved to climb in there. The girls were shocked that the hero took them with him. Lily guessed that the cart would be pulled by a Shiramaru, but the hero replied that she had guessed wrong. He took out a huge mysterious stone cube and said that they would use it. The girls did not understand what the hero was going to do with it, and Tenma raised his hand. He asked his golem to wake up. The cube cracked and then turned into an animal that looked like a horse or a donkey. The girls were delighted with the guy's skills. Besides, they had never seen golems before and were curious about how they moved. The slime jumped onto the stone golem's head. Tenma told the girls that the golem would move due to the smalling controlling its movements with magic. The girls exclaimed that the golem looked like a real horse and asked Tenma his name. The boy created an artificial life form and named it Tanakaze. With the help of this golem, they will be able to quickly get to the village. The main character told the girls that they would soon be in the village. The girls were delighted that they had arrived much earlier than they thought. By the way, they were interested in how their stone golem moved. In fact, the Tamikaze has a magical core of one monster built into it. It is the core of the very dragon he defeated that day. During the commotion, the slime managed to pick up the fragments of the dragon's magical core and showed it to Tenma. It was no wonder that this core was what made a golem made of nothing more than mud and rock so powerful. Of course, if someone finds out about this, he will certainly be very surprised. That's why the hero decided it would be better to just keep quiet. He didn't want to cause a fuss and change the subject, telling the girls that they had already arrived at the customer's house. The man thanked the heroes for accepting this quest and introduced himself as a Banza, the village elder. He said that about a week ago, several ferocious boars began to ravage his crops. Every night they trampled the beds and ate the vegetables growing in them. While the headman was telling them about the situation, a girl came up to Tenma and brought him tea. As soon as she leaned over, the mug fell off the saucer, but Tenma managed to catch it and not spill a drop. The headman got angry at the girl, who, after asking for forgiveness, ran away. The hero looked back at the waitress and said that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. He noticed that something was wrong with her. Tenma turned to the headman and asked to show them their damaged beds. The headman did not mind and escorted the hero. The headman showed Tenma the field that had been damaged. There were still some untouched vegetables left, so he thought that the ferocious boars would appear that night. Tenma asked permission to look around, and the headman agreed. Meanwhile, the headman decided to return to his office and clarified that the main characters wanted to spend the night here. While the girls were examining the vegetables, where everything had been eaten, the guy answered the headman that they would set up camp here. The headman replied that he was counting on them, after which he left. The hero looked suspiciously at the old man. While the guy was thinking about everything, the girls called out to Tenma. It was obvious that the plants bore the marks of ferocious boars. There were more of them, and they were much more massive than they thought. The sisters looked at each other and said that they definitely couldn't handle them with just the three of them. They were glad that the main character came with them. The girls wanted to hear approval from Tenma and turned to him. But the guy didn't answer and only suggested that they change their plan a little. The girl didn't understand what this was for, because Tenma could simply burn them with one snap of his fingers. Tenma remained mysteriously silent, and the sisters nervously awaited his answer. They felt a little uneasy and asked what they would do. The hero replied that he would like to create a few more golems first. The girls thought he wanted to create something like their riding pet, but the hero said that they would be a little different. He confused the girls with a rather unusual request and asked them to give him one of their hairs. The girls were embarrassed and said that it was quite unexpected. They hoped that Tenma would not use them for strange purposes and asked from which place he needed the hair. But the hero reminded them that he simply wanted to create golems, which clearly upset them. After getting the hair from the cat girls, the boy took some rocks and threw them with the hair on the ground. He asked the golems born from his magic to answer his call. While he was calling the golems, the girls stared at the boy with love and squealed. By nightfall, the heroes had lit a fire and prepared food. The guy finished chewing his piece and said that it was time for them to start. He made sure that everyone was ready, and the girls nodded approvingly. Tenma stood up and said that in that case, they would proceed according to plan. That same night, an unknown man came to the headman and said that he and the adventurers had already set out to patrol the fields. The headman rose from his workplace and said that this was excellent. It was time for them to move out too, and the headman asked everyone else to report this. As they had agreed, they were going to kill the guy and take the girls alive. The unknown guy smiled and said he understood him. He called the man a headman, which made him angry and asked him not to call him that. The guy called the man boss and replied that he understood him. A little later, a group of people reached the main characters and their camp. The boss, called the elder, crept up from behind the bushes and saw Tenma along with one of the cats. There were two people outside, and a group of people assumed that the others probably remained in the cart. The chief thought they were real fools who actually believed they were hunting ferocious boars. The guy with him smirked and said they didn't even know they were actually hunting them. The boss once again reminded his guys that they had to finish off the guy, but they had to take the girls alive and unharmed. The fact is that female beast men were highly valued on the black market. A group of men simultaneously jumped out from behind the thickets and said that it was time to hunt. One of the men ran up to one of the sisters and covered her mouth with his hand. At that time, the other men wanted to deal with the main character and ordered him to die. The attacker pierced the guy's chest with his sword and the blade passed right through. For some reason, the hero did not react to this at all, and the man became wary. He stared at the guy's silhouette, not understanding what was wrong with him. Tenma turned to face his opponent and punched him in the face with all his might. As the man flew back, the others could not understand what was happening. While the guy who attacked the girl was distracted, the cat grabbed his hand. She threw herself over herself and sent the man flying. When one of the men reached the cart, he told the others that there was no one inside. The attackers were confused and could not understand what was going on. As soon as they thought about this, an arrow flew at one of the opponents and pierced his neck. The sisters laughed and said that Tenma was absolutely right. They knew in advance that they were being attacked. The sisters smiled and said that they would proceed according to plan. Earlier, the hero told the girls how things were going and asked them to give him 1 hair each. The girls, of course, were embarrassed by this request, but since it was necessary, they did not mind. After this, the main character created stone golems, which made the girls crazy. This time, Tenma created golems based on the magical earth stone and their hair. They were formed by copying the information contained in their hair. In other words, they copied not only their basic parameters, but also their appearance. The sisters were shocked and stared sullenly at the guy. This reaction was caused by the fact that these golems copied their body sizes and features. The hero only now realized why the girls had such a reaction. For some reason, all the golems were naked. The guy tried to justify himself to the evil girls and said that he had completely forgotten about their clothes. He lowered his head and asked to be forgiven. They understood, of course, that due to his age, Tenma could be a pervert, but he could have approached the matter a little more delicately. The hero once again asked for forgiveness and wanted to make things right. One of the golems in the form of his sister took aim with a bow and shot one of the attackers in the neck. Another golem charged at the second guy. As he blocked her blow, another golem approached from behind. The enemy couldn't cope with 2 and one of the golems kicked him, causing the guy to be thrown back. The girls' golems were quite strong. The girls were delighted that these golems copied their movements exactly. They reproduced not only their basic skills, but also their skill combinations. By the way, they became curious about what the copy of Tenma was doing. Meanwhile, the Tenma golem grabbed the enemy by the clothes. The sword was still stuck in his body, but the guy, not paying any attention to it, lifted the man from the ground. The sisters were delighted that he dealt with most of the opponents and only fell even more in love with Tenma. The elder thought that there was silence in the beds and assumed that everything was already over. He asked his assistant to go there and check the situation, but the guy suggested that the boss do it himself. The elder did not understand his words and ordered him to watch his language. As soon as he turned his head, his words were cut off. The elder stared at Tenma in shock and didn't understand what he was doing here. Since his teammates weren't around, he assumed they had lost. Tenma assumed he was talking about his subordinates, who were pretending to be villagers. The hero said coldly that they were lying right in front of him. Tenma asked what he did to the real villagers. The man became furious and assumed that the hero was laughing at him, since there was no way he could have taken them all down on his own. Tenma silently punched the enemy in the chest, causing the boss to catch his breath. The man fell to his knees, and the hero asked him the question again. He immediately realized that the men in the village were not real villagers, including himself. A village without men would seem suspicious to outsiders and adventurers, so he forced his subordinates to change clothes. He only captured the young girls and probably sold them into slavery. But Tenma did not know what happened to the rest of the villagers. While Tenma was waiting for an answer to his question, the boss laughed. He said that since he was able to notice all this and guess, you should also know where all the residents went. It seemed obvious to him that he had killed them all. Tenma had already anticipated this answer. The enemy was about to stab Tenma with a knife, but the hero cut off the boss's hand much earlier. The man screamed piercingly, but the hero thought that it was not worth shaking so much just because of one severed arm. Tenma asked him not to think that he would get off so easily and asked the man how many people he had killed. The boy got furious and asked the man which part of his body he should cut off next. He suggested that it could be his right arm or his left leg. He also thought that he should be cut into as many pieces as the number of people he had killed. The man, in fear, asked for it all to stop and apologized. While the hero was dealing with the boss, the girls tied up all the remaining members of the group. They asked the hero what he would do with the prisoners. The boy replied that once they returned to the city, they would hand them over to the guild. The guild would take care of the village women. In that case, they needed to find more carts, and the girls decided to use the bandits' carts. After they had prepared the carts, the heroes headed back. One of the sisters decided to ask Tenma at what point he realized it was a trap. Most likely, when he saw the tracks of the ferocious boars, he immediately realized that they were not real. The hero lied. In fact, he just looked at the characteristics of the men who were in the village as soon as they arrived. But the guy decided that he should have kept quiet about it. As soon as the main characters arrived at the guild, a man ran out of the building and called out to Tenma. It was the vice guild leader named Flut, who decided to make sure they were okay. The hero called out to Mrs. Flut. She had already been informed that they had been attacked while on a quest, and the hero said that he would tell her the details of the incident. After his story, the deputy head of the guild understood how everything happened. Banza's followers turned out to be a wanted criminal gang, and a huge cash reward was offered for their capture. Flut couldn't even imagine that they had captured an entire village and were hiding in it. The girl bowed to the hero and said that it was their fault because they hadn't investigated enough. She apologized for dragging them into all this, but Tenma replied that everything was fine. The guy who dealt with the bandit group was called out by a certain man who asked him to come to them immediately. Tenma approached the tall man and introduced himself as the leader of the group. The man did not understand what he was talking about and reminded that lying about a report was a serious crime, even if he was a child. But Tenma smirked and said that it was not a lie. They joined forces with the three and caught the group. The man asked them not to joke like that, because they doubted that a small group consisting of a child and 3 girls was capable of immobilizing a group of Banza, whose trail they had been unable to trace for a very long time. But a certain girl interrupted them and asked them to stop this disgrace. The girl in armor and with a sword said that their behavior was not knightly and they should be ashamed of it. The girl named Primera was the commander of the 4th squad of the knightly order. She told the knights that they should be ashamed of their behavior. As soon as he arrived in this city, Tenma immediately reported to Lady Flood about the elimination of the Banza criminal group, which was on the state wanted list. After that, the guild contacted the knightly order, and he was supposed to be given a monetary reward. As soon as he came face to face with the knights who had arrived to check, they decided to mock him, not believing that a child could cope with such a task. This seemed simply unfair to the hero. The group of knights bowed to the example and offered their sincere apologies to the commander. The sisters who were standing behind the hero thought that this woman was a knight, a real cutie. The girl approached the hero and said that her subordinates were being damn impolite, but Tenma told her that everything was fine. In fact, he was glad that at least one sane person appeared here. The girl called herself Primera von Sanga, and she was the commander of the knightly order of the City of Guns. Tenma introduced himself as an adventurer and suggested getting back to business. He would like to hand over the captured bandits to them, and the girl shook the guy's hand with a smile. And yet, the girl was going to take a closer look at the hero, as if she didn't believe that he had really dealt with this ill-fated group. Of course, she understood that it was impossible to judge people only by their appearance, and the guy assumed that he looked quite weak. The hero decided to ask what she was talking about. At that moment, the hero's bag jerked and a Fenrir crawled out of it, frightening everyone. Tenma was about to put Fenrir back in the bag, but it clearly didn't want to sit there anymore. The guy yelled at Shiramaru that he shouldn't have gotten out of the bag so suddenly. Primera froze in place, staring at the veneer in shock. The rest of the group panicked as well. The hero didn't know how to explain it, and said that his name was Shiramaru. Tenma understood that he was very bored in the bag. The guy presented his pet Fenrir, which had a certificate of taming. Primera was very surprised that the hero was able to tame a monster of rank A. The hero said that he was very affectionate and not dangerous at all, and offered to pet him. The girl looked at the huge wolf, who clearly just wanted to play. Her henchman explained that it could be dangerous, and maybe the guy was trying to set a monster on them. Tenma stroked the Shiramaru and said that it was very soft. The girl blushed and carefully extended her hand towards the furry pet. Her face changed dramatically when she touched the Shiramaru. She cleared her throat and said that the background check and the transfer of the criminals into their hands had been completed. Also, the reward would be given as soon as the guild transferred it into their hands. It could take a few days. Primera expected questions, but Tenma smiled and said that everything was fine. Fenrir was disappointed that apparently no one would play with him. Primera hurried and said that they were leaving. Her henchman, as well as the hero, did not understand what was wrong with her. The hero had already guessed about her weakness together. Leaving, Primera glanced at Fenrir and thought that he was soft. The protagonist received his guild card, which was already AC rank. Mr. Tenma was congratulated on his promotion, and the protagonist was surprised that it cost him nothing to raise his rank. Ms. Flood said that she reported to the top of the guild about the capture of Banza, and as expected, they agreed to the rank increase. In fact, they could have promoted him to rank B. Tenma would have gratefully accepted such a promotion, of course. There was something else besides this. A special mission has appeared in the guild. A request has been received to eliminate winged monsters, the so-called stone birds. Their plumage was very hard, like stone, and their wingspan exceeded 3 meters. They use high-level levitation magic, so this is a high-difficulty quest. The hero noticed that the request did not specify the amount of the reward. The girl said that in fact he had to kill more than one individual, and the hero assumed that there should be 2 of them. But that wasn't quite true. The girl replied that they lived in packs, which surprised the guy. Fortunately, due to the fact that they live in the mountains, far from human settlements, they have not caused any damage yet. However, as a guild, they could not leave things as they were. The reward will depend on the number of monsters killed. It would also be great to bring the resources obtained from them. The girl wanted to ask him about this if the hero's hands were free, and Tenma understood her. Thus, their request was accepted. Riding on his stone golem, the boy reached the mountain he needed. People passing by turned to look at the boy with suspicion. The hero got off the golem and walked to the cliff. There was a strong and noisy howling wind. It was impossible to go any further, and Tenma thought that there was nothing he could do about it. He asked Tanakes to look in his bag. After that, Tenma leaned against the ground and used search magic. It was not difficult for him to find a nearby flock of huge birds. They were about 200 meters away, and the guy decided to fly to them in that case. The hero hid unnoticed behind one of the rocks and smiled. The enemies were successfully detected. The guy used an air blast and hit the target right on target. He was able to knock down several birds with one blow. Tenma wondered what would happen if he aimed it at the head. It seemed to the hero that he was overcoming these birds without much effort, and that was good. In this case, the hero decided not to rush. The guy headed towards the downed birds. Suddenly, several human silhouettes appeared behind him, quietly watching the Tenma. The guy looked around and decided that he had hunted pretty well, and that should be enough. The strong wings could be sold as raw material for weapons or armor. Luckily, he was also able to obtain a bunch of eggs from these birds. These birds had very tasty meat, so Tenma decided that for dinner today, he would have something like this world-style oyakodon. Just as he was thinking about it, someone called out to him from behind and asked him to wait. It was a group of people unfamiliar to him. The leader of the group and his boys noticed that Tenma had obtained a lot of resources. They assumed that it would be difficult for him to carry all this alone and offered to share it with them. While the group leader suggested that the hero put everything in his bag, the guy passed by in his thoughts. Tenma thought that he would make egg sandwiches with chicken cutlet for breakfast. The leader became angry because the hero ignored him and put his hand on Tenma's shoulder. The hero remembered that he hadn't made sukiyaki from poultry for a long time and decided to make it upon his arrival. The cheerful and carefree Tenma headed back home, leaving behind a group of people tied up. The leader had a note on him saying that they were thieves who had been beaten by the man they were trying to rob. The Heroes Guild praised him for his good work and presented him with a whole bag of rewards. The guy was shocked by such a big reward and thought that there was too much here. The girl smiled and replied that this amount included the reward for the last time, but the hero did not understand what she was talking about. While Tenma was sorting out his reward, Primera came into the guild and noticed the hero. She was surprised to meet him here. The guy noticed the girl and greeted her. The lady of the example once again thanked the hero for what he had done for them the other day. The administrator explained that Mrs. Primera had come here to bring his reward, and the hero understood everything. Suddenly, the doors of the guild swung open, and someone asked them to wait. It was a group of guys who clearly wanted revenge on Tenma for what he did to them earlier. The group leader told the guild members that this guy stole all of their raw materials that they got from killing the stone birds, but the hero just smiled at their words. Blood looked at the hero sullenly and said that she did not expect this from him. Of course, this happened to them often, and the hero thought that she said it on purpose. In that case, she would like to hear how they defeated these monsters. The leader of the group hesitated a bit, but then said with confidence that they had used a bow. He thought that everything was clear to everyone and wanted to receive his reward. But the girl replied that not a single puncture wound had been found on the bodies of the stone birds. She asked to demonstrate their magical technique, with which they shot at the heads of the birds. The leader of the group grinned and suggested that he was suspected of something. He said that his parents were from an honorable family, and they knew the same Prince of Sangha. The Knight Commander called out to the boy and asked about the Sangha. The leader looked at the girl questioningly, not understanding who she was. The hero himself had just remembered some detail. The girl introduced herself as Primera von Sangha, and she was the third daughter of the prince himself, whom he had just mentioned. The leader and his group opened their mouths in surprise and stared at the girl. Primera asked him not to think that he would get away with trying to lie about his origins and mentioning her father's name. Primera ordered him to be taken away, but the boy asked them to wait. The girl ordered him to shut up and asked him to call her father. Primera apologized to the hero for such a pathetic attempt at deception and promised that her people would deal with him. Tenma thought that there was nothing wrong with that and said that she had helped him out a lot. Tenma's bag jerked and a furry Fenrir head popped out. As soon as the girl saw it, her eyes lit up. She froze in place and looked at Fenrir, who was glad to see her. Primera blushed again and extended her hand to Shiramaru. At that moment, the guild doors opened and the girl jumped up. It was the man who reported to the commander that it was time to return, otherwise their delay would disrupt their subsequent plans. Primera apologized and quickly headed for the exit. The hero grinned and thanked the girl for her help. He smiled after her and thought that the title of commander of a knightly squad sounded pretty cool. Meanwhile, Primera was upset that she had not been able to pet the fluffy Fenrir. She hoped that next time she would definitely be lucky. The hero was shocked that he finally managed to do it. For the first time since he was reborn into this world, he finally did it. The hero looked at his pudding on his plate in surprise. The guy looked at the pudding with shining eyes as closely as possible and said that it was quite difficult without a refrigerator, but he managed to cope. For the sake of preparing this pudding, he even mastered the magic of freezing. The female waiter suggested that he had made it from eggs, and the dish looked rather unusual. The hero offered her a piece. The woman asked permission, and the boy happily shared the pudding with her. Besides, he still had quite a few eggs from the stone birds. In this case, the woman decided to try a piece. The guy thought that now he could also make donuts and pancakes. The male waiter smiled at the woman and said that she would get fat again. The hero remembered about pancakes, which could be cooked in the same way. The woman was surprised by the unusual taste of the pudding and said that it was very tasty. During the day, the hero dropped by the guild where the administrator greeted him. She assumed that he had come for another errand, and she guessed right. The guy smiled and said that he had brought them something, and the girl looked questioningly at the package in his hands. Tenma had prepared too much, so he decided to treat them. The bag contained various sweets that smelled delicious. The hero explained that such a sweet was called a donut. The girls were delighted because they had never heard of such a thing before. The hero offered them some tea, and the girls thanked Mr. Tenma for the treat. Tenma was glad that they liked everything and thought that he should treat them to something else. The guy came across a mission to eliminate several crocodile sharks. Like last time, the reward depended on the number of monsters killed, and the hero was about to agree. Since these are water monsters, it was necessary to prepare well, and the hero went shopping. Tenma felt someone's gaze on him, and had no doubt that someone was watching him. The hero sensed 3 people and turned back sharply. In front of him stood the sister girls, who were sad that Tenma did not share his donuts with them, and were crying. The hero felt awkward and remembered that he had forgotten about them. As a result, he had to spend the entire day preparing sweets. Tenma knew that sweets and women were not to be underestimated. The next day, the main character reached a lake where crocodile sharks lived. The hero sat down on the shore of the lake, closed his eyes, and used search magic. He immediately spotted his target underwater, which was nearby. When everything was ready, the guy stood up. He prepared a strong chain and a healthy hook, and as bait, the Tenma used the meat of a stone bird. Tenma didn't know if the fish would bite, but he was going to catch this monster no matter what. The hero put the bait on the hook and turned to the owner of this lake. The guy said that he was challenging him and put on his straw hat for the ritual. The hero told Fenrir to stop fooling around, and it was time to get to work. After Tenma threw the chain to the bottom, it began to twitch slightly. The chain tightened more and more, and Tenma realized that he had a bite. The monster underwater was struggling fiercely, and the chains were creaking loudly because of it. Tenma squeezed the chain tightly in his hands and thought that the monster was quite strong. He hoped that everything would go well. The hero pulled the chain, then used a shock wave on it. The current flowed along the chain and hit the huge shark. The monster surfaced, and the hero said that one was ready. The hero thought he saw the outline of another monster somewhere in the distance. It must have already managed to swim away when he saw it defeating his brother. In that case, the guy decided to try to find it with his search. The guy had a premonition and looked back at the Fenrir, who was catching small fish. While Shiramaru was standing with the fish in his mouth, a huge shark jumped out at him, about to swallow Fenrir whole. The hero did not expect it to be so close and called out to Shiramaru. The dog pricked up his ears and stared at the enemy. Tenma realized he was in trouble because the shark was too close and was about to use an air slash. But before he could do so, the Fenrir bared its teeth and swung its clawed paw. The hero was very surprised when Shiramaru used attack magic on his own and stopped the shark. Apparently, Fenrir was furious that the monster was trying to steal his fish and fought back. But Shiramaru didn't expect that the defeated shark would fall right on him and crush him. The hero looked at Shiramaru with excitement and asked how he was. He promised to pull him out and asked him to wait a little. In the end, the hero and the Fenrir completed the quest, but it was too obvious to the locals. Everyone looked with apprehension at the huge white Fenrir, which held the skeleton of an eaten fish in its teeth, and all its fur was covered in blood. The hero sighed heavily and said that he would probably have to return to the hotel faster than planned to wash the Shiramaru. While they were walking through the city, someone called out to them, and the hero turned around. It was an example that was excited about something. She had thought she would meet them here, and wanted to make sure they were okay. The hero asked the girl what she was doing there, but Primera thought that she should have asked them the same question. She was informed that someone had seen a boy and a monster in the city, covered in blood from head to toe, so she immediately rushed here. Tenma realized that he had already been reported. The guy explained that their quest had gone a little off plan, but no one was hurt, so everything was fine. The hero pointed to the Fenrir and said that now all of its white fur was covered in blood, and the girl looked at the dog. Tenma planned to bathe him at the hotel, and he himself could use a bath. Primera immediately jumped up to the hero and offered him her help, but Tenma did not understand what she was talking about. The guy blushed, but the girl said that he misunderstood her, and she was not talking about him. The hero admitted that she scared him a little, but she was talking about Shiramaru. As a result, Primera, Tenma, and Shiramaru went to a public bathhouse. The hero smiled and apologized for making the commander of the Nightly Order do such dirty work. The girl had already changed into Tenma clothes and said that it was not so. After all, it was her job to solve issues related to reports. The girl was going to make Shiramaru's fur fluffy and snow white again. The hero looked at the girl and thought that she was quite good-natured, despite her time-consuming service. Primera looked at the dog lovingly and asked him to come to her. The boy splashed a whole bucket of water on the big Fenrir, after which the dog shook itself off and splashed the boys. Primera laughed and Tenma also smiled back at her. After washing Shiramaru, Tenma dove into a large barrel of water and sighed with relief. As he got out of the bath, he thought that he had taken Primera quite a bit of time. He would never have thought that Primera would help him clean his Shiramaru. Tenma smiled and thought that he should thank her somehow. He was glad to feel human again after the bath. The guy looked at the night sky and decided that next time he would make her some donuts. Suddenly, the hero noticed a very interesting picture that surprised him. He didn't think that the girl would still be here and would mess around with Shiramaru. Primera hugged Fenrir and admired how fluffy he was. The next morning, an old man's voice came from the first floor, calling out to Tenma and saying that he had a guest. The boy lazily agreed, although he had barely woken up. Tenma rubbed his eyes and thought about who might need him at this early hour. When the hero went down, a certain man told him that he had finally arrived. The man said that the hero didn't look like a Casanova. He would never have believed that the guy would be able to pick up such a beauty, and pointed his finger somewhere. Tenma turned his head in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The guy saw Mrs. Primera, who trembled in surprise at hearing her name. She apologized for waking him up, but the hero didn't think it was scary. Tenma thought something had happened, but the girl replied that she really wanted to ask him for something. Primera made a very strange request to meet her father. The two men blushed and opened their mouths, not believing their ears. The hero also stared at the girl and did not understand why. The girl immediately blushed and said that she didn't mean that at all. She couldn't even imagine that the hero could think something bad. After some time, the hero and the example approached the mansion, and the girl said that they had arrived. She asked to come in. Having entered, the hero looked around and noticed that it was quite a huge mansion, as befits an aristocratic family. The guy heard his name and noticed a person unknown to him nearby, who called out to him. The hero stopped and asked who it was. The man came down the stairs and welcomed the boy into their mansion. His name was Arsis von Sanga, and he was the father of Primera. The hero introduced himself to Tenma as an adventurer, and it was a great honor for him to meet him. When the man came a little closer, Tenma could not believe that he really was her father. Her father looked like a real handsome young man. He smiled and apologized to the hero for calling him so early. The hero admitted that he looked quite young, and he had already taken him for Mrs. Primera's older brother. The man laughed and became embarrassed, saying that he was almost 50. In truth, his friends had already begun to suspect that he was an elf. The father started with his daughter, who had invited him here. He hoped that she had not told him anything unnecessary that could mislead people, and he was very worried about this. Primera was embarrassed, but the hero said that everything went well. In this case, the father decided to talk about the reason why he had invited the Tenma here. He handed the guy a cup of tea and asked if he remembered a guy named Giz. It was the guy who had made a fuss when he was on a mission to eliminate monsters, and the hero remembered him. The hero could have told more details, but he saw no reason to. The man smiled and said that it was not worth it, because he already knew everything. For causing chaos, and even hiding behind an aristocratic family name, he will have to stand trial. Tenma thought that this was just great, but his father was forced to tell him some not very pleasant news. The fact is that Gaiza's father was a baronet, and did not agree with this state of affairs. He believed that it was not his son who should be judged, but the hero, but the boy did not understand why he should be judged. His son was allegedly vilely slandered, and he could not lose to a child. Of course, one could not trust the words of this coward. The hero understood what he was talking about and sighed heavily, thinking that he was tired of these people. Tenma thought that since he thought so, he was not going to hide or retreat. Father Primera looked at the boy, and a smile appeared on his face. He was delighted that the hero was not even afraid of the fact that they were aristocrats. The boy asked not to think that he looked down on the aristocracy. But of course, since he was directly acquainted with the king himself, and he could not be intimidated by such a thing. Earlier, the king had told the boy that he could count on him. But since the Giz belonged to an aristocratic family, then everything became clear. It is obvious that his family did not want to appear in a bad light to everyone. It was within his ducal powers to forcibly condemn the Tenma, but in that case, he would not be able to avoid a wave of discontent. However, as unfortunate as it may sound, he had such power. It was a real problem, and if you make one wrong move, it will cause a stir. Father decided to remind him why he had called the Tenma here. Later, after their conversation, a man approached the Duke. He came here to find out about the state of affairs and to learn the latest news. Father Primera smiled. He did not expect that Baronet Regil himself decided to come to his mansion and was glad to see him. The man asked the Duke if he had decided what to do with that vile boy, and the man hesitated before answering. Unfortunately, their conversation took an unflattering turn. He said that he did not agree with their position and would not back down so easily. The man was furious and did not understand what it meant, because he was just a worthless adventurer. He reminded that his words could not be trusted, and the father of the example said that he was offending him. The boy was supported by the guild, and Father Primera wanted to make sure that the decision was right. He wanted to know if Father Giz was ready to go against the guild without having a retreat plan. The Duke smiled at Baronet Regule and asked him not to be naive and not to think that he would not interfere in this. Apparently he had some plan, and the Duke smiled. Father Primera suggested that they have a duel. In 10 days, representatives of the two sides will fight a duel, and the one who wins will be right. Naturally, the kid will fight himself, and he confirmed this. The Duke also had in his hands a written agreement to swear allegiance from the Tenma. The Baronet took the paper and looked closely at the boy's signature. It was a judicial oath that on a certain day of the month, a winner would be determined based on the results of the duel, and whatever the outcome of the duel, the loser would be deprived of the right to object to the winner. Representatives of both sides would fight in the duel. The one who was the first to fall exhausted or lose the ability to continue the fight would be obliged to admit defeat. In other words, he would be considered the loser. There were no restrictions on weapons or magic. It was forbidden to attack the opponent if he admitted defeat or was outside the combat arena. Those who violated the rules would automatically be considered the loser according to the rules of the duel. The death of the opponent was not a matter for trial. The hero confirmed that he had no objections to the rules of the duel and swore to abide by them. The Baronet smiled and realized that the father of the Primera had thought of everything. In this case, the Baronet would personally take on the search for a representative of his side and wanted to receive approval from the Duke. Father Examples winked and said that it was his right. It concerned his family, so they had to deal with it themselves. Since everything had been resolved, the Baronet would like to receive permission to deviate and bowed. He thought of the boy in his mind and asked him not to underestimate the power of the aristocracy. After that, he left the mansion and his father watched him leave, looking out the window. The Duke looked at the signed agreement with a smile and thought that everything was going according to plan. The man thought about Tenma and decided that he would make him show everything he was capable of. Several days have passed since then. After these events, the city of Gun suddenly became lively. People were constantly discussing who would win this duel. It was obvious to most that the aristocrats would win, but there were rumors that the boy had great strength. It so happened that the news of their duel spread throughout the city. When the hero returned to the hotel after completing the task, he found it suspicious. He did not understand where the information could have leaked from, because he had not told anyone about it. The hero entered the guild and noticed the order board, where various announcements and tasks were posted. There was even an announcement that a duel would take place this month between the Baronet's representative Regil and the adventurer Tenma. The guy couldn't believe that they seriously decided to post announcements everywhere. Tenma heard an apology addressed to him and looked back. There was an example standing in front of him, looking quite sad. Her father had said it would be an interesting sight, so he asked to let her know. She hadn't thought it would attract so much attention. It turned out that this was all the work of Father Primera. He clearly loved to do things his own way. During their conversation, Father Primera said that if they fought in front of a large crowd, the Baronet would not be able to challenge his victory. The girl's father turned out to be a real slybug, although you wouldn't know it from looking at him. It seemed that he had found himself an amusement. Primera wanted to make sure everything was okay and asked Tenma a question. No matter how you look at it, they were still aristocrats and could bring anyone they wanted to win. She wanted to warn him to be careful and the hero looked at the lady in surprise, following her example. He promised that he would be extremely careful, but did not specify that this was all to avoid destroying everything in the area. While they were talking, Tenma was called by the three sisters. The cute cats ran up to the hero and informed him that they already knew about his duel. They wanted to support him and come to the duel. At the same time, they wanted to take some food with them, but the hero asked them not to bother so much. Administrator Mrs. Flood also supported the hero and asked him to give them a good beating on behalf of the entire guild and show everything he was capable of. The guy trembled when the girl's hand was on his shoulder, because he didn't even see her approach them. It seemed to the hero that everyone had decided to make a great event out of this, and he heard how someone was already going to place bets. In this duel, the one who defeats the opponent first will remain right. It was a one-on-one fight between the adventurer Tenma and the representative of the Baronet Regilla. People did not see such a spectacle every day and were in anticipation. There were only a few days left until the duel, and the guys were actively making their bets. One of the men placed 100 gold for the guild and bet on the kid from the big hole. The day before the duel, the betting odds became quite interesting. Tenma's odds were 5 and 8, while Baronet's were 1. With such odds, there was no point in betting on him. Some people asked to bet on Tenma, but others did not want to do this. Everyone saw only losses in this. Suddenly, the guy had a good idea and thought that this was an opportunity to earn some pocket money. He wondered if it was possible to bet on himself, and the man said that it was no problem. You couldn't bet only on the opponent. In that case, Tenma decided to bet 10,000 gold coins on himself and placed a whole bag of coins on the table. Everyone in the area's jaws dropped at the sight of such a large bag of money. No one could believe that the hero would bet on himself. People decided that he had no friends who could bet on him. They even felt sorry for him. Some laughed, thinking that he was trying to cheer himself up with this bet, knowing full well that he would lose, and thought that he was a desperate guy. The hero got angry when one of the people decided to put a bet on him out of pity for him. A guy came up to Tenma and wished him luck, saying that he was rooting for him. Other people started to support him too, betting 100 or even 200 gold on Tenma. A couple of guys were asked to look at the statistics, which had improved slightly. The betting odds had changed by 0.1%, and the guy was not happy about it at all. He sarcastically thanked them for their concern. While Tenma was walking near the forest, he thought that this was a real nightmare because he was clearly being taken for a fool. He felt that someone was following him, and it was obvious that it was the Baronet's mercenary. Tenma went to the headquarters of the Knightly Order where he met Primera. The girl was glad to see him and asked why he was there. He thanked the girl for helping him wash his Shiramura, but Primera didn't see anything difficult in it. In gratitude, the guy wanted to treat her to donuts. They were a sweet from a distant land, for which Primera was grateful. She smelled the aroma and exclaimed that they smelled quite sweet. The hero looked at his pet and said that thanks to her, he was glowing with happiness. Primera said that next time she would be happy to cuddle him, or rather help wash him. The girl was just about to take a break and suggested that they have some tea in that case. It also seemed to her that the hero wanted to talk to her about something. She smiled and said that she would be happy to listen to him. The hero told about his suspicions that someone was following him, and Tenma was sure that these were the Baronet's wards. The girl understood everything and said that it was quite an alarming sign. Besides, it was not good for public safety. Primera said that she would assign him security, for which the hero was grateful. This is exactly what he expected from the commander of the Knightly Order. She said that until she was sure of his safety, he would stay here for a while. The guy didn't mind, but he didn't want to bother her too much. The hero felt awkward here, especially when the girl was surrounded by a bunch of people. Someone wanted to report to the commander about the recent and pass on a message. Another person turned to the example about the morning incident. The hero apologized and offered to help them. He hoped that there might be some work for him, since it was uncomfortable for him to sit in one place. Tenma went with Primera to the weapons warehouse. The girl said that she had been cleaning the weapons warehouse since early morning. It was already evening, but there were no results, and she was ashamed to talk about it. The guy noticed that there were quite good swords here, and they looked quite expensive. Primera explained that mostly decommissioned swords were stored here. The hero did not understand why such swords were written off, and the girl said that it had become dull. Looking closely at the blade, Tenma noticed that it was indeed dull. The guy assumed that the girl was a real aristocrat, because this weapon could still be used. This was a real waste. The hero told Mrs. Primera that it could still be sharpened, and it wasn't even broken. But the girl didn't even understand what that meant, and the guy could only scold all the aristocrats for it. The hero thought that even in this world there were spendthrifts. Tenma considered it a huge waste, but the girl was delighted that Tenma knew quite a lot. While they were talking, Tenma heard footsteps behind him and looked back. It was the commander of the 3rd squad named Ida, who apologized to Primera for distracting her from her work. With him was also the general of the Knightly Order named Alan, the commander of the 1st squad Santos, and the commander of the 3rd squad Simon. The girl was frightened when she saw the general in front of her and saluted him. She asked what they had been doing today, and the general replied that they had been on a routine tour. He had heard that an adventurer had visited them, causing a stir in the city, and he looked at the Tenma with a smile. He wanted to make sure it was really him and extended his hand for a handshake. They said that the hero was confident of his victory. For his age, he had achieved a lot, from neutralizing the Banza group to exterminating a huge number of ogres and crocodile snakes. And the only thing he had miscalculated was the upcoming showdown with the aristocracy. All the remaining commanders were also impressed. For some reason, Captain Ida flinched and was asked what was wrong. Ida pretended that nothing had happened and replied that everything was fine. The general believed that the hero had not chosen the best opponent for himself. As a veteran of his cause, he wanted to tell him only one thing. For aristocrats, the most important thing is not to tarnish the honor of their family. Many were ready to make any sacrifice for this. And unfortunately for him, Tenma's opponent was one of those. But the guy thought that was obvious. In other words, this guy will try to kill him by any means possible. Primera became wary when the general told the boy that he had hired an A-rank adventurer for this purpose. The general only wanted the boy to surrender without hesitation if he felt danger. After all, they wouldn't want to lose such a promising adventurer. After the captain and the generals left the mansion, the man asked Santos what he thought. Santos replied that Tenma was quite good, but he was still a child. Even if his achievements were anything to go by, he was below their rank. Santos thought it would be wiser to abandon this duel, and the boys asked the general for his opinion. Although the general advised him to surrender, he had the feeling that he was hiding his true strength from them. And since that was the case, it would be interesting to see his fighting techniques. Santos smiled, because it seemed to him that the general was overestimating the guy. But suddenly someone from behind agreed with the general's opinion and said that he was right. It was Ida who believed that the hero would not refuse the duel and would never surrender. The captains asked Ida why she thought this, and the girl gave the captains a stern look. She became quite curious, because not long ago she noticed him in the city and was sure that he did not recognize her. As soon as he came into her field of vision, she knew it was him. The girl heard rumors that a child had appeared who turned out to be a very capable adventurer. When she first saw him, she looked back at the boy and decided that he was exactly what the rumors were about. She couldn't contain her curiosity and decided to check it out. Ida gave him a fleeting glance, full of killing intent. She decided that if he noticed her, the rumors would be true. In that case, he would have to return that look. The captains asked what happened next, and naturally, the hero noticed her. But the answer she received was completely different. She was shocked when the guy greeted his sister with a smile on his face and thought that she wanted something from him. In one moment, he showed her his true strength. She surprised all the captains by saying that Tenma was very strong, and perhaps he was stronger than all of them. Besides, the truly strong don't say much. Finally, the day of the long-awaited fight arrived. The sister girls, as promised, came to cheer for Tenma. The hero looked at the stands in surprise, where there were many people. His friends from the eatery were also there. Tenma heard that the stadium could accommodate 5,000 people, but he didn't expect it to be so packed. The judge asked an adventurer named Tenma to come to the center. He gave the guy a paper that needed to be signed in a certain place. The hero took the pen and looked up at the man. The man looked quite tired and yawned sleepily. The guy recognized Max San and assumed that he had become a notary. He looked as apathetic as ever. This man was the head of the guild. He was 41 years old, the head of the guild branch, and an adventurer of the A rank. Next, Baronet Regil was invited into the arena and asked to come to the center. Tenma was surprised when he noticed there were many other people with him. The Baronet brought a whole army with him. Maxen thought there were too many of them, but the hero didn't answer. The guild leader asked them to sign the same paper. When the Baronet signed the paper, Maxen wanted to tell him one last thing. He hoped that they were his security, and said that they were supposed to leave the stadium when the match started. But the Baronet did not understand what he was talking about, because they were not his security. He suggested that Max read the match restrictions more carefully. Nowhere was it clearly stated that only one representative from each side would enter the match. In other words, all the representatives of the Regil team were here with him. Meanwhile, his son looked at his father's army and grinned smugly. The Baronet took off his cloak and said that he would destroy him right here and now. He introduced the hero to his representatives of the Regil team. His army consisted of people such as Joshua, Makina, Remy, Rara, Sean, and Ike. And also with them was a girl named Monica. And all of them had to fight with the main character. Max San threw up his hands and said that they had basically made everything too complicated. But the hero surprised him by saying that there was nothing wrong with it, because he had expected something like that. Besides, he didn't think that their prank was against the rules. Tenma smiled and suggested that they finally start, and Max understood everything. The judge raised his hand and said that the fight between Tenma and Baronet Regil was about to begin. A man from the group exclaimed that he would make him regret daring to disdain the aristocrats. He barely had time to say this before he was slammed into the wall. Baronet and his group, as well as the people in the stands, did not even notice how Tenma managed to hit him. The guy said that the first one was already ready. Baronet looked back at his henchman with displeasure. The Baronet bared his teeth and insulted the boy, then ordered his men to attack. The whole crowd of people tried to reach the hero, but the guy easily dodged all their quick swings of their swords. One of the people tried to seize the moment, but the hero hit him in the chest with all his might, and he also flew back to the wall. The Baronet only got more angry and asked his henchmen what they were doing. He ordered to burn the Tenma with magic because it was just a little rascal, and they had to kill it quickly. The group began to prepare their fire strike and ordered the guy to die. A powerful flame fell on Tenma, and the cat sisters began to worry about the hero. Baronet looked at the clouds of smoke with a smile and waited for them to disperse. Everyone was shocked, including the audience. Somehow Tenma remained unharmed, and everyone couldn't understand how he did it. The boy created a golem arm using the zombie dragon's magic core, and it was no problem for him to dispel magic of that level. The girls smiled in admiration and kept their eyes on Tenma. But besides this, the golem's hand could be used not only for defense. The group of people looked up in surprise as a huge hand rose into the sky, causing an electrical vortex. All the people fell silent and became alert, and the Duke's son called out to his father in fear. Everything around was again covered in clouds of smoke. When Tenma's attack dissipated, the Baronet's group saw the destroyed field in front of them and couldn't recover from the shock. The hero thought that he could have killed him with that blow, but he decided to hold back. He believed that there was no point in underestimating him. The Baronet's henchmen decided to flee the battlefield, shouting that the Tenma was a monster. No one had warned them about this, and the Baronet ordered them not to run away. He lured them with tales of easy money, which was hard to resist, but they would never want to die here. The hero looked at the Baronet silently, thinking that there were only a few people left. The Baronet gnashed his teeth and said that he would make them pay for this. Tenma wanted to know what he would do next. His gaze shifted to the man, who had remained to the side the entire time and was smiling. The hero thought that the main star had finally come out on stage. He had no doubt that this man had been following him earlier. But for some reason, he threw up his hands and said that they were surrendering, which alarmed the Tenma. During surveillance, he carefully hid in blind spots, more than those who did it before him. Tenma admitted that he was quite good, and the man had no doubt that the hero would notice it. The man understood that he would not be able to defeat the guy head-on. In other words, he wanted to avoid a direct attack, and the hero was curious about who he was. The man smiled and invited them to try it. Although now, he just wanted to leave. In the end, he wished the hero good luck and walked past him. Tenma looked back at the Baronet, who was left alone. More precisely, he was practically alone. If the Baronet wanted it that way, the hero was not against taking care of his son and wanted to know what the Duke would do in that case. It was hard for Baronet to say, but he still had to admit his defeat. The entire stadium cheered, and Max Sen announced the winner of the Tenma match. The heroes gathered in the guild, where they wanted to celebrate Tenma's victory and raise their glasses of drinks to him. The hero thanked all his friends for their support. The sister girls exclaimed that it was simply brilliant. The man sitting next to Tenma was surprised by the number of people that were there. The hero called him father, and the man smiled, saying that he was very popular. The hero smiled and said that everyone just wanted to talk, but the man asked him not to be modest. Everyone here rejoiced at his victory as if it were their own, because they loved him, and Tenma needed to understand this. Besides, those who bet on him were also happy. It turned out that Fruto and the guild leader were among them. Tenma smiled at his father. As he left, the man raised his glass and asked them to have fun, since today's banquet was at his expense. Tenma was worried about the money, but the man said it was okay since he had made a huge bet on it. Tenma decided not to argue with him and breathed a sigh of relief. A girl with food approached him and offered him more. It was the same girl kidnapped by Banza and his comrades. Earlier, she pretended to be a waitress and almost spilled tea on the hero. Tenma thanked her, taking a rice ball, and assumed that she was helping her father. The girl also thanked the hero for the last time and smiled. After all, if he had not saved her, the robbers would have done something terrible. The girl reassured herself and said that everything was fine, and that she even had hoped to continue living. All the inhabitants of the town and their kindness saved her, and the hero understood her perfectly. The girl went to distribute the treats to everyone else. Tenma looked after her and thought that this was the very reason why he stayed in town. Primera approached Tenma, smiled, and congratulated the hero on his victory. She wanted to drink to it and exclaimed that it was magnificent. The hero bumped glasses with her and thanked her. She also wanted to say something about the Regulus and Giz. They spoke out against the notary, and then, at an official duel in front of everyone, with their vile actions they disgraced the name of the aristocracy. As a result, the baronet was stripped of his title and his property was confiscated, and it seemed they were going to be enslaved. The hero did not expect this at all, and said that he did not complain about them. But personally, I thought that they deserved a more severe punishment. Someone behind them said that Primera herself had spoken correctly, and that usually such offenses were punishable by death. It was the same man who had voluntarily left the battlefield. He smiled and said that they had survived only because of the Duke's kindness and the lack of complaints from the Tenma. At first, the hero did not even recognize him, but then he remembered seeing him on the field. Primera was furious and did not understand what he was doing here, because he was a member of the Regulus squad. The man asked her to stop and listen to him first. Primera and the hero were surprised when the man introduced himself as their spy. The man confirmed this and said that he had been a subordinate of the Duke of Sang from the very beginning. He was supposed to become an informant and infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Primera was offended that her father did not tell her everything, but the hero understood that it would be a big risk. Using his analysis skill, the hero looked at the man's statistics. The man's name was Stale, and he was 29 years old. He was a spy and part-time killer. The guy smiled and said that he was not as simple as he seemed, and Stale laughed. Stale replied that in an open fight one-on-one, he was far from Tenma. Tenma sarcastically mentioned that it was possible to exploit weaknesses. Style also looked at the hero with a smile and said that it was possible to look at it from another angle. But the Fox girls thought that Tenma would win anyway and pounced on his shoulders. They thought that the guy was stronger than any opponent, and Stale took their word for it. The girls asked him to tell them what Tenma's plans for the future were. Everyone wanted to throw another party, and it sounded very interesting to them. But for some reason, the hero was silent and did not rejoice with everyone else. He apologized to everyone present and said that he had something to tell them. He wanted to tell about it much earlier, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Tenma collected his thoughts and said that he would leave the city in the near future. Everyone immediately looked at the guy in confusion, and a silent pause ensued. The silence was short-lived, as the sisters immediately demanded an explanation from Tenma. They wanted to go with him without hesitation and asked where he was going. But Tenma refused and said that he would go alone. The tall man standing behind the girls calmed them down and asked them to calm down. It looked like he had decided to do this a long time ago, and I would like to hear his reason for it. The hero replied that he was going to attack the dungeon. Everyone was surprised again, but did not understand why Tenma needed a dungeon. The guy hesitated before answering, but decided to tell them. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he explained that the dungeon was a real man's romance, and everyone was striving for it. But no one understood what he was talking about. It sounded pretty unconvincing to everyone, and his words were pure nonsense. Frankly, he had the option of staying to live in this town, and he seriously thought about it many times. The guys asked him to stop and decided that Tenma was just running away from them. After talking with the guild, the guy headed to the Gunjo City Library. He looked for information in books about dungeons, which were either ordinary labyrinths or underground labyrinths. The underground labyrinth was located around a powerful clot of magical power called the core of the dungeon. But in a simple labyrinth there was no core, and it was located in places where magic accumulated in dense forests or caves. Tenma thought that he had a task that he had to finish, and that forest belonged to one of these types. He thought that perhaps storming the dungeon was a necessary condition. The boy was going to solve the mystery of the ancient forest that attacked the Kakuri village. Everyone was very upset about Tenma's departure and did not want to let him go. The sisters' girls pounced on Tenma and begged him not to do it. They still couldn't believe it, and one of the sisters even offered to marry her. The hero calmed them down and said that he would definitely return. The girls took him at his word and said that he had promised. They were already waiting for his return and reminded him about the wedding. Tenma suddenly remembered something. He gave the guild a paper and said that it was a recipe for donuts and pudding. The man wanted to make sure of Tenma's confidence, but the hero would like them to treat others sometimes. Finally, he thanked Frodo-san for everything she had done. After all, he became a real adventurer only thanks to the Gunjo Guild. But the girl believed that she had done nothing, and it was only his merit. She smiled and said that they were all on his side, so he could always turn to them if anything happened to him. Everyone present smiled and told the boy that they were for him, so he could come to them anytime. The hero wiped away a tear and thanked everyone for their concern. After this, the hero visited the headquarters of the Knightly Order. Entering inside, he apologized for the intrusion and turned to the example. He asked to give him 1 minute. The thing is that he was already leaving the city and wanted to say goodbye. Primera smiled sadly and wanted to make sure that he absolutely had to leave the city. Tenma was very surprised when the girl jumped to her feet and asked him to stay a little longer. Tears appeared in her eyes, and the guy blushed with embarrassment. Primera hugged Shiramura and asked him to leave at least him. She would gladly take care of him. Primera was constantly fiddling with him and was happy with his fluffiness. Fenrir looked questioningly at Tenma, who did not know what to say. At that moment, the men apologized for the intrusion. The general and the captains told the guy that they had been waiting for him for a long time and suggested that he go out with them. The hero thanked them for agreeing to accompany him. He had no doubt that they had plenty of trouble. The general looked at the Fenrir with a slime in surprise, deciding that this was his famous retinue. Ida told the boy that she was grateful to him as well. He also got rid of one unpleasant aristocrat and was their hero. They were all very grateful to him, and besides, they themselves had a lot of trouble with them. This concerned the official part, and they also had a request for him before he left the city. The general and the captains took up arms and said that they would certainly like to fight him in single combat. They were still inspired by his valiant performance in the arena. The hero was shocked that they were going to have a duel right now. But the captain said that there was nothing special about it, and it could be considered a training duel. Simon threw the boy his wooden sword. The hero caught the sword, smiled, and agreed, but just in case, he decided to warn about something. He pointed his blade at the captains and said that if he fights for real. After some time, many captains became exhausted and admitted that he had real talent. They couldn't even get close to Tenma and realized that they were still far from his level. Everyone was impressed that the hero fought on equal terms even with the commander. Their attacks were quite fast, and at one point the captains thought the general had almost managed to knock the sword out of the guy's hands. Tenma defended himself with his sword, and the general said that he expected it. The guy admitted that in fact the general was close to victory. The general smiled and said that it was naive to think that he could be defeated in fencing. The captain's mouth dropped in surprise. The general wanted to ask the others if they were going to challenge him, but apparently no one else wanted to do so. The general turned to Ida, but the girl refrained from his offer. But one man raised his hand, and the hero looked at it in surprise. It was Primera, who wanted to try if Tenma wasn't tired yet. The hero was surprised at first, but a smile appeared on his face. This would be the last fight with Primera, and the hero was really sad to leave. The hero prepared for battle, and remembered that there were many interesting things here. There were very good people here. And this town was a very pleasant place to live. That's why Tenma felt he had to go. After all, the longer he stayed here, the less determination he had left. In the end, Primera ran out of steam and thanked the guy for the duel. The hero praised the girl for her good work. He approached her and said that it would be good to advance, but she did not understand what he was talking about. Tenma thought about it and said that her attacks were too monotonous. She acted according to her character, and if you are honest and straightforward, she is very easy to defeat. But the hero admitted that this was her good side, and that was what he liked about her. Tenma laughed, but Primera was embarrassed by his words and blushed. The girl called out to Tenma and said that she would like to fight him again someday. She took him by the hands and asked him to definitely come back to them. She wanted the hero to return back to Gunjo, and this was quite unexpected for him. Tenma set off on the cart that was fueled by his stone golem. He smiled as he thought about having a place to return to. Tenma reached the capital of the dungeon called Seijai, where he was given his guild card. The girl smiled and gave Tenma the C-rank adventurer entry permit. The girl noticed that the hero was somewhat gloomy and asked what was wrong with him. The hero explained that everything was fine. It was just that a lot of things happened to him on the road. Fruto-san's map was wrong, and the slime ended up being carried away by the river. In the forest, he was being chased by killer bees and also bandits, who were just small fish. Tenma had suffered enough these days, and was cheerful again, because he had survived after all. The hero smiled, but the girl was not sure that he was okay. She wanted to tell him about the dungeon and asked him to go to the dungeon reception. Tenma thanked her for her help. When the hero went inside, he was surprised. Before him was the capital of a dungeon called Seijai. The atmosphere here was completely different from Gunjo. There were also more people. The hero walked further down the street where he saw the entrance to the dungeon. He wanted to look around and told the guard that he was an adventurer. The man smiled and let the guy through. The hero went to the reception of the dungeon. Tenma noticed that it was possible to gather a group and much more. He noticed the girl and asked her for forgiveness. The hero said that he wanted to go into the dungeon and asked what was needed for this. The girl greeted the hero and realized that he was there for the first time. She said that first he had to make an entry fee of 1,000 gold, and then he had to read the user agreement and sign it. The guy looked at the paper that was handed to him. Its content seemed familiar to him, and the hero flipped through the page. It said here that the organization was not responsible for accidents in the dungeon. Nothing unusual though. It was necessary to notify the administration in advance if he was going to gather in a group of 10 or more people. The guy signed the paper as a sign of agreement and gave the agreement to the administrator. But before he went into the dungeon with a raid, the administrator recommended taking something. She handed the hero a beautifully painted map, but Tenma had never seen anything like it before. The girl smiled and said that this was a special hypercard that would allow one to move freely around the dungeon. Tenma was either shocked or delighted, as he had never heard of such a card before. It sounded pretty cool. The girl explained that there was a space in the dungeon with an exit to the outside, and this card would be able to remember the place where he came from. Then it would instantly transport him from the entrance of the dungeon to that place. Tenma was delighted and assumed that this was the real checkpoint. It was very convenient, but the card must have cost quite a lot. The hero frowned and asked for its price. The card was worth 100,000, and the hero gloomily put the bag of money on the table, saying that he would take it. The administrator thanked the hero for the purchase, who was happy with the map as if it were a treasure. The formalities were over, and the girl showed where the entrance to the dungeon was. It was behind the door, and Tenma could go there at any time. The hero wanted to leave right away, but he had no preparation, and it could be dangerous. First, he needed to go to the local guild and find out the details. As he said goodbye, he thanked the girl again and left. Tenma looked carefully at the buildings and thought that it was located somewhere here. Eventually, after some time, he found the headquarters of the Seijai Guild. It was much larger than the Gunjo headquarters. The boy had no doubt that there were probably plenty of worthy adventurers here. Before he could think about it, someone called out to him from behind. These were two men who wanted to warn the hero that this was no place for children and suggested that he go home. Apparently, the guy was mistaken, and it seemed to him that such individuals were absolutely everywhere. He grinned, which the men didn't like, and got angry. One of the men grabbed the hero by the shoulder, but he stopped abruptly when Tenma put a small and sharp blade to his throat. Tenma advised them to reconsider before it was too late. He turned menacingly to the others and ordered them to disappear while they were still alive. The men didn't understand what that look was that made them feel uneasy. After all, it was just a boy. The men snorted discontentedly and decided to leave. Tenma teased them and said that it was bad when someone drank too much. Watching the guy from the side, two individuals praised the hero and said that he was a good guy. Tenma walked up to the front desk and said he needed information about the dungeon. The man replied that they had a map up to the 10th level and also had information about the magical creatures that inhabited the dungeon if he was interested. Tenma agreed and took his order. He opened the document and was surprised that it was quite good quality. As expected, the deeper the level, the stronger the monsters were, but the hero wanted to know how many there were in total. But he decided to leave this question for later, because nothing should have happened to him until the 10th level. When the hero learned about everything, he needed to find a place to spend the night before it got dark. At one of the hotels, they apologized to him and said that there were no free rooms. This was not surprising, because this is the most popular city among adventurers. But there were plenty of hotels here, so Tenma was not worried. But wherever the hero went, they refused him and said that all the rooms were occupied. They offered him to book a place a month in advance. There were also hotels that were only for women, so they couldn't let him in there. Tenma started to get annoyed by all this and went to another hotel. He prayed for a place here, but he did not expect to find himself in a club for lovebirds. The painted men immediately pounced on the cute boy and said that they had a place in their room. The hero apologized and exclaimed that he was in the wrong place. Tenma sat down in disappointment and thought about how there were no rooms anywhere except the last place. Since there was no room in the hotels, he would have to set up camp. While the hero was thinking about this, a girl who scared him crashed into him. She fell back and asked Tenma for forgiveness. She hoped that the hero was okay. Tenma extended his hand to her to help her and replied that he himself was to blame for this. The girl took his hand and admitted that she was rather clumsy. The hero lifted her up and brushed the dirt off her clothes. He said that he was lost in thought, so he didn't look around. The girl was surprised by such kindness and thanked Tenma. The girl shuddered in surprise when a rough male voice was heard nearby, calling out to Tenma. The big man pointed his finger at the hero and said that this was the same guy who did not respect them and asked him to come to them. The hero saw that they were still drunk and did not understand what they were thinking about. In addition, there were even more of them. The men asked him not to think that they would simply forget about him. The girl was afraid of the threats and froze in place in front of one of the men. The man roughly elbowed the girl and ordered her to move away. The man told Tenma that he was rather smug, while being a C-rank adventurer. The man said that he was a real loser. But the hero ignored all his words and went up to the girl to make sure she was okay. The girl lowered her head and said that she was in pain. The ignoring enraged the man, and he bared his teeth at the guy. He swung his fist at him and asked him to respect his elders. But at the moment of impact, his fist was grabbed by a guy who smiled at the guys. The man looked up in surprise at the guy who asked him to stop all this. The men were shocked to see the genie Jido in front of them. The guy squeezed the offender's hand harder and said that he would sort things out on his own from now on. Jean warned that otherwise he would use his power, and the man asked him to let him go. While the genie looked at the man who fell to the ground, the hero looked at the genie's statistics. The boy was 32 years old and a respectable baronet. He was also a first-class adventurer, and Tenma was surprised. This man was stronger than his father had ever been. But now was not the time, and the hero asked the girl to show him her wound. The girl showed him her skin knee. She was surprised when the hero's hand began to glow and her wound quickly disappeared. The hero used a heal and restored her leg instantly. He wanted to make sure that her leg no longer hurt, and the girl thanked him for his help. A group of people called out to the genie, and the guy jumped in surprise. His group thought he was chilling, but they were looking for him everywhere. Jean apologized and said that he was at fault. The hero remembered that he had seen them in the guild earlier and also used the analysis skill. A crew member named Minas told the genie that he could at least be on time. He was 28 years old and a first-class adventurer. Another guy with animal ears named Garrett agreed and said that he should have been on time at the meeting place. He was 30 years old and belonged to the wolf warrior species. He was also a first-class adventurer. A girl named Lena agreed with the boys and said that the genie always behaved like that. She was 30 years old and was a novice and the daughter of a viscount. All these people were first-class adventurers, and they had a pretty cool group. Tenma was surprised that all these people knew his name. He asked the guys how they knew about him. Lena smiled and approached the guy, saying that they knew about him. Rumors spread pretty quickly, and they believed that Tenma was Primarichan's guy. Tenma was shocked by this statement and said that it was not so. Besides, they were not in such a relationship with each other. It turned out that Primera was familiar with these people. Jean explained that they knew everyone in the Gunjo Night Order. By the way, they had been there just recently and had seen his duel. The hero forgot to do something, and the genie looked questioningly at the guy. Tenma bowed to him and thanked him for helping him. The guy smiled and said that they would be acquainted. He introduced himself as a genie, and the rest of the group also introduced themselves in front of the Tenma. They asked him to contact them if he had any problems. They were going to stay in this city for some time. After their meeting, the genie's group was left alone. The genie told the boys that if he hadn't intervened, those drunks might never have gotten up. The guys didn't think he was that strong, but the genie assumed that the hero was even stronger than him. And then in the Gunjo, he definitely didn't fight at full strength, because the genie didn't feel a powerful aura in him at that moment. At the same time, Tenma walked a girl named Ima home, for which she was grateful to him. The hero apologized for getting her into all this trouble. He wanted to ask her something, and Ima listened to him attentively. He felt bad asking this, but he wondered if there was a place to stay nearby. He couldn't find a vacant hotel. The girl looked at her house and said that it was a hotel. Tenma was shocked, because he didn't even notice it. She said that she would find out if there was a free room and asked him to wait for her. The hero prayed that a room would be found for him, because this was his last chance. Quite a lot had happened to him today, and he just wanted to spend the night under a roof. The doors creaked, and the girl went outside. She wanted to notify him about the room, and the guy was already prepared for a refusal. She smiled and informed him that he could move into a free room. Tenma was on cloud 9, because there was nothing better than a warm bed. The next morning the hero stretched lazily and said that he had slept well, because there was nothing better than sleeping in bed. Amy wished Tenma a good morning, and the hero responded in kind. She hoped he had a good rest, and the guy thanked her for her help. This building had a staircase on the outside, which was quite unusual. Maybe so, but it was common in Seijai. Tenma thought that the architecture resembled the residential buildings of the previous world. Ima guessed that the hero was going to the dungeon today, and Tenma confirmed this. In that case, she wanted to give him something. Ima handed him the wrapped lunch and said that she had prepared it for him as a thank you for yesterday. She cooked him some food for the journey and hoped that he would like the meal. The hero was delighted and thanked her for such a gift. As they parted, the girl asked him to be careful and left. The guy looked after her and thought that it was he who had caused her trouble. The hero approached the door that led to the dungeon. Tenma opened it without thinking and went forward. Behind the door, he saw another door guarded by soldiers. The guy assumed he should have shown them the guild map. The door creaked and let the hero through, and the guards didn't say anything to him. Tenma walked down a dark spiral staircase, where there was another door with a seal. The hero put his hand on it, and it flared brightly with light. It was a magical lock, and low-level monsters wouldn't even be able to touch such a door. Finally, the hero found himself in the dungeon itself, after which he summoned a slime with a Shiromuru. The boy's comrades jumped out of his backpack, and the hero told them that they were going underground. Shiromuru stared ahead and growled. There was a whole crowd of monsters waiting for them ahead, and the guy thought that it was quite tiring. Most likely, it was something like a newbie initiation, and Tenma looked at Shiromuru. He turned to the dog and offered to try out his skill, which he had acquired after fighting the crocodile shark. At the same time, it was good training for him. In a real fight, it would be a formidable weapon, but now they could practice on these comrades. Meanwhile, Jin's group asked the leader how far the boy would go on his first day. Ordinary newcomers, having assembled a team, at best passed the first level, but we were not talking about an ordinary newcomer. The genie assumed that he would pass level 10, and the boys thought that the genie rated him highly. All the monsters in this dungeon were low level, but even if you got used to their number, not everything could go well. The girl was embarrassed and said that the first time she only reached the 3rd level. But the genie thought that this guy would deal with them quickly. Meanwhile, Shiromura was skillfully dealing with the monsters, and the hero praised Fenrir for his good work. He had already become quite skilled and was a real fellow. By the way, the hero became interested in what level they were at. At the moment, they were on the 11th level, and even insect monsters appeared here, which caused a lot of trouble. The hero did not think what would happen next, and asked the slime to let this be go. Thinner let his master know that he was tired, and it was time to take a break. The guy noticed a dead end and decided that it would be perfect for them. With that, he leaned against the ground and erected walls of earth magic so that they could rest without fear of the other monsters. The hero hung up the lamp, then exhaled tiredly and sat down on the ground. He was delighted when he remembered that he had had lunch from Amy. It was immediately obvious that this was the innkeeper's daughter, and she was an excellent cook. The boy shared his food with the Fenrir, and they ate happily. As Tenma finished his last bite, he felt the wind behind him. He didn't understand where it was blowing from if they were in a sealed space. The hero noticed something strange on the floor and reached his hand towards the slabs. As soon as he touched the floor, a secret tunnel opened up in front of him, leading somewhere down. The hero noticed that it was quite deep and asked the slime with Shiramura to climb back into the bag. He threw the bag on his shoulders and decided to see what was inside. Tenma kept falling down and didn't realize how deep it was. Finally, a bright beam of light appeared below, and the hero found himself in another room. Tenma landed on the ground and saw a dragon statue in front of him. He didn't expect the statue to start moving and stared in surprise at the huge beast. The guy realized that this was not just a statue, but a dragon-shaped golem. The dragon started to attack the guy, but Tenma managed to dodge back. In this case, he decided that he would also attack the dragon. He used air veil magic, but to his surprise, the dragon simply absorbed his attack. It had an anti-magic coating, and the boy knew he was going to have some trouble. But he had something special up his sleeve. Tenma picked up an original Japanese sword made from zombie dragon bone. It was a double-edged sword with a black blade made by Kagurasu. It had first-class durability and sharpness. In addition to this, the hero used body strengthening. The boy rushed towards the dragon and swung his arm to attack. But after the blow, he noticed that his sword blade had cracked right at the hilt. The hero did not understand how this was possible, because this sword was much stronger than others. The boy looked ahead and noticed a small round object. He assumed it was the golem's core. Tenma didn't understand what it was made of, since even his sword couldn't take it. He became wary when the strange object cracked. There was definitely something inside. Tenma was shocked, because it turned out to be a dragon egg, and a baby dragon hatched right in front of him. The main character came out of the dungeon and took the baby dragon with him. Tenma looked very thoughtful. The baby dragon clearly liked the hero and happily settled on his head. The boy raised his head sullenly and looked at the dragon. The hero couldn't believe that it was really a dragon. It was the source of the statue's energy, or rather its core. Tenma picked up the dragon and assumed that it had reacted to the magical power hidden within it. Tenma used the test skill on the hatchling. The name of this creature was unknown. It was 30 years old and appeared to be a dragon. The hero was surprised, but he was convinced that it really was a dragon because he was just born, and he already had such abilities. It was simply incredible, and the guy decided that he could not leave him here. In that case, Tenma decided to do something and lifted the cub in his arms. For a moment, a glowing ball appeared around them, which resembled a magical shield. The dragon nodded his head in a friendly manner, and the hero said that their magical connection was established. It was necessary to give the baby a name. They touched foreheads, and the boy smiled and said that he would name him Solomon, and now he was officially his pet. The hero would also like to know what the statue of Solomon was made of. It was obvious that this was no ordinary statue, since even his sword, Kagura-sumaru, was cracked. Tenma took a piece of the statue with him to examine. Now it was time to return to the surface, and the hero thought about how they could get up. He turned his head and noticed a light in one of the passages. The guy's eyes lit up, and he thought that this was the secret level. Tenma picked up his hyper map and decided to save his location in advance. He tossed the card, causing it to glow and fall back into his hands. Once the save was complete, Tenma moved forward. The hero ran through the arch and found himself in a completely different place. The guy turned around and realized that he had returned back to the entrance. The hero thought he had some strange feeling in his chest, and it was the first time he had it. He jumped in surprise when someone called his name. It was Jin's group, who assumed that he had just come out of the dungeon. Tenma greeted the guys. The guys immediately attacked the hero with their questions about what level he had reached on his first day. Tenma knew he had to smooth things out to avoid causing too much noise. Still, he managed to shock everyone by reaching the 12th floor. The group of boys decided that in that case they had all lost to him. In the end, Tenma was upset that he hadn't managed to avoid the noise. Until now, they had a hard time believing that he had managed to get so deep. By the way, they noticed that there was something strange on Tenma's head and asked about it. The hero replied that he had met this creature on the 12th level and taken it into his team, and that its name was Solomon. Meanwhile, the dragon happily ate the Tenma sweets. Jin's group didn't even know that there were dragons on the 12th level. It turned out that the hero apparently had the ability to gather a team. Everyone was touched by this beautiful cub. The warrior Garrett remembered the name Solomon, and it seemed to be the name of one of the kings from ancient legends. He smiled and thought that it was a very suitable name for a dragon. The guy kept quiet about the fact that he named it after his favorite game from the past world, and simply agreed with Garrett. Jin admitted that they had invited him for tea for a reason, and the hero looked questioningly at the leader. Lena approached the hero and decided to get straight to the point, saying that she had one request for him. Lena blushed and asked Tenma if he could really fulfill the cute girl's request. The hero didn't understand what she was talking about, but it sounded pretty good. The guy was surprised that she asked him for sweets. The girl smiled and said that she would like him to cook them. They were real delicacies that even the capital's aristocrats had never seen. Lena had heard about them from an example. Primera spoke of the hero as a great confectioner and creator of delicacies that no one even knows about. These were sweets that she had never even seen and really wanted to try. Without them, she couldn't even fall asleep. Minas didn't even believe that they could be so good because they were just sweets. Since he thought so, Lena puffed out her cheeks and decided that they were crossing him off the list. Garrett said that he would definitely like to try them, and he was interested. Minas got angry and asked not to forget about him in that case. Jean laughed at their behavior, and Lena asked in that case to prepare sweets for 3. Minas explained that actually he did not refuse and was among them. Tenma understood everything and needed to prepare sweets for 4. After their conversation, Tenma came back to the hotel where he was met by Aimi. She praised the hero for returning so quickly and offered to take his luggage. Tenma greeted the girl and thanked her for the delicious lunch. Aimi was glad that he liked it. Then she noticed a strange creature sitting on Tenma's head. Amy wondered who it was, and the hero smiled. After all, Solomon immediately caught everyone's eye. He told the girl that this was his friend he met in the dungeon named Solomon. Amy's eyes sparkled, and she replied that he was a real cutie. By the way, the hero was going to ask Amy for something. Tenma later apologized for suddenly taking over their kitchen, but Amy didn't see anything wrong with it. She asked what he wanted to cook and gave Tenma an apron. The hero replied that it was nothing special, and he was just going to make some sweets. Amy perked up and asked if she could help him with the cooking. Tenma thanked her for her help if she didn't mind. The first thing to do was to break the rockbird eggs, and Amy reached out to one of the eggs. Suddenly, she noticed a crack forming in the shell. The girl froze when a real bird hatched right in her hands. The guy turned his head to the Ima in surprise and saw the chick. The hero did not understand how this was possible, because he kept them safe in a magic bag. Tenma decided to confirm his guess and used the verification skill. Looking at the chick and the girl, everything became clear to him, and he called out to Amy. He asked to call one of her parents, but the girl did not understand why. When the hero met her parents, they assumed that something was wrong with their daughter. Tenma tried to find the right words to explain. The thing is, their daughter Amy had the ability to train animals. But the parents didn't quite understand what he meant. In other words, she could make monsters her allies. At the moment, Amy was 12 years old, and her title was Tamer. She had just touched the eggs of the rock bird, and the chicks had hatched. It was an extremely rare phenomenon that occurred when a protein mother and monster waves came into contact. It was only the second time Tenma had seen it. Tenma himself was a tamer, so he couldn't just pass by this and wanted to ask Amy about something. He wanted to know if she wanted to learn to fully master her power. It was a very beneficial yet dangerous ability, and if she wanted, Tenma could teach her the basics. But how she would use this power in the future depended only on her. She would not be able to protect her from all the dangers that came her way as an adventurer. However, if she is ready to take a step, she could become stronger. The parents were worried about the danger, but the hero said that Amy's ability itself was not dangerous. But different things could happen if she retreated. This ability could protect its owner and his family, like his, for example. He took his Fenrir with the slime out of his bag and said that these guys had helped him out more than once. Now they had become his family. Amy told her surprised mother that she would like to try. Besides, she was responsible for these chicks that hatched, and the mother smiled at her daughter. She understood everything perfectly and asked him to take care of her daughter. But she was worried about the reward and thought that it would be expensive for them. Tenma only now thought about money, because he had not thought about it before. A great idea came into his head, and he decided to do the following. He asked Amy to cook him lunches as a reward. Lena was drooling over the various sweets Tenma had prepared for them. She picked up a piece on her fork, and her eyes sparkled with delight. She grabbed her face and said that it was a real miracle. All the sweets were incredibly delicious and seemed to melt in the mouth, and it was even a pity to eat them. Garrett decided to try them too and was very surprised. These were ideal sensations in the measure of sweetness and sourness. He took a cheesecake to try. Cheesecake was undoubtedly excellent at making sweets, and this Tenma boy was simply a talent. Meanwhile, the group began to argue over who would get the donuts. Mono shouted at Lena that she already had plenty. Garrett, with his cheeks stuffed, did not understand where Tenma had gone because he wanted to talk to him. Jean thought he had training planned outside. Meanwhile, the hero filled a large barrel with water and addressed Ima. He asked his student to look more closely and lowered his hand under the water. The water rippled and rose upward, which surprised Amy. This was the very first step in using magic. In the same way, she will be able to apply magical power to her future wards. And if she does this, a magical connection will be established between them. The boy said that when she did this, a submissive relationship would be established between her and her rock birds. The girl suggested that she would then become a tamer, and the hero agreed with her words. Then Amy will become a level 1 tamer. While Tenma was training Amy, Fenrir and Slime happily ate his special cookies. The hero told the girl that with each training, they will be able to perform more precise commands, and even commands that require endurance from them. For example, how he will ask the slime to add some salt to the frying pan, and forbid its Fenrir to eat more delicacies. As the owner's magical power grows, his pets also become stronger, and Amy said that she will try. Suddenly, a rough male voice interrupted his explanation and called out to Tenma. He didn't understand why the guy was teaching her daughter such strange things. Amy looked at her father in surprise and asked what was going on. Her father realized that he was the same Tenma from the rumors, but the boys didn't understand what he was talking about. Fenrir dropped the cookie from his mouth in surprise. It fell into a puddle and was upset. He was so saddened by this that he barked loudly and scared everyone. The father thought with horror that he was inciting magical creatures and called the hero a real villain. The father pulled his daughter along and asked Amy not to get involved with him. Amy resisted with her feet and did not want to leave. Tenma did not understand what was going on and asked his father to wait a little. He wanted to know about the rumors he had heard, but his father asked him not to try to deceive him. After all, in the city he came from, he had humiliated a respected person and bribed his supporters with sweets. He also cruelly punished everyone who opposed him. Tenma was furious that someone was spreading slander about him. Father said that he heard all this from a genie who just came out to them with a belly full of food. Jean played dumb, thinking it was some kind of scary scene. His partners got angry when they found out he was spreading slander. Eventually, after a while, everything was resolved. Amy bowed to the hero and asked for forgiveness for her father being rude to him, but Tenma didn't see anything wrong with it. He understood that the father was worried about his daughter, and he was a really good father. But Amy was angry at her father for needing to sort things out first. The hero gave Shiramaru and Slime more sweets, but said that they couldn't have any more. The boy admitted that when he was just learning magic, his parents were often angry with him, and he thought that they could be understood. Amy smiled and said that Tenma looked quite mature, and the hero became embarrassed. She thought he was so kind and calm. He was not much older than her, but he looked much more mature. While they were talking, the boys scolded Jean for spreading bad rumors about their friend. Amy smiled and thought that with Tenma, she could handle any difficult exercise. The girl heard the squeaks of the chicks, who clearly wanted to eat. Amy told the boy that she would quickly buy them some food, but Tenma didn't understand why she needed to buy it. Instead, he offered to catch it quickly and independently. Amy wanted to stop the guy, but the hero asked her to take a break and said that he would be back soon. The girl looked questioningly after the guy, not understanding what he meant. 30 minutes later, the hero came crashing into the house and said he was back. Amy asked Tenma where he went, and the boy said he went to the dungeon. He took out his bag and said he went to get bird food in the dungeon and found something tasty for them. He took out a huge juicy caterpillar and asked Amy's opinion. The caterpillar tried to escape from the boy's hands, and Tenma explained that insects were the best food for birds. Besides, if they are cooked correctly, they are even good for humans. The hero recommended insects of the cricket family because they could replenish protein reserves during the journey. Spider monsters were also tasty, but the most popular were armored insects. Insect food was also found in his previous world, even from famous chefs. The hero smiled and asked not to remember this because he was just telling it like that. Apparently, the girl fainted, but Tenma didn't understand what was wrong with her. Jin's group approached the guys and asked what was wrong. They also noticed the strange and disgusting creature in Tenma's hands and asked what it was. They immediately understood what kind of abomination Amy had lost consciousness from. The hero thought that they would like to try it and were quite observant, but naturally they all refused. The guy asked them not to be afraid and said that they could be eaten raw, but that wasn't the point. This creature gave her goosebumps. It wasn't even comparable to sweets, and Amy thought that she might not be able to handle it. The protagonist later went underground again to get food for the chicks. According to the map, today's monsters were insects. Tenma's party had already reached level 5, and they might be able to find insects that wouldn't scare the girls. The hero used search magic when they entered the dungeon. The hero felt some strange magic not far from here. Meanwhile, the dragon was chewing his hair, and Tenma asked him not to do it. Tenma decided to go ahead and see what was there. The guy felt something strange, but after walking a little further he stopped in surprise. There was some kind of dead end in front of him, or it could have been a magical barrier. It was a fairly rare occurrence, and Tenma knew that a normal adventurer would fall for it. But Tenma explained that he couldn't be fooled by this and used anti-barrier magic. At that moment, the wall in front of him shattered into pieces, and the hero suggested that his friends go forward. Tenma silently shook off the dust that had settled on his white fur. The hero was curious about what kind of treasure was waiting for them ahead, but someone suddenly ordered him to stop. Tenma was surprised when he saw young girls in front of him. One of them was clearly frightened and ordered him not to come closer. She pointed her sword at the hero, but Tenma tried to calm her down and said that he didn't want anything bad to happen to her. She even scared Fenrir, and the guy realized that she was in a bad mood. The hero explained that they were his comrades, and they were not her enemies. The girl asked him not to lie to her, because he knew about her barrier. She was sure that Tenma was a mercenary of the Viscount's family. While the hero was talking to her, they heard a noise, and the guy raised his head. He saw a huge snake in front of him, which made the girl shudder. The hero recognized the cave snake. They were B-rank monsters that were rare to meet at this level. The guy asked Shiramaru to step back. The girl called out to the hero and said that the sword wouldn't take him because he had super strong scales. At the same time, the huge snake rushed to attack Tenma. But Tenma cut the body of the huge snake with one swing of his sword, which shocked the girl. The monster's severed body fell to the ground, and the hero replied that he understood her. He realized that the girls were escaping from this snake and erected a magical barrier. And yet, judging by her wounded friend, he managed to bite her. The guy remembered that he had an antidote in his bag and took out a small bottle. The girl warned him and asked him not to come closer. The guy showed her the jar and said that it was a common antidote and that she had probably seen something like this more than once. Besides, if they didn't hurry, it would be too late. Without thinking twice, the girl took his antidote. She brought the potion to the victim and asked her to drink it. When everything was done, the guy replied that there was only one thing left to do. He used his healing wind magic, and all the superficial wounds on the girl began to instantly disappear. The girl could already move, and the guy said that now she was not in any danger. Still, she needed complete rest, and it was better not to try to move her from here for now. Tenma thought about it. He felt awkward because the girl still didn't believe him and was looking at him suspiciously. Tenma decided to introduce himself and called himself an adventurer. He wanted to know who they were, but there was only silence in response. The girl did not answer all the questions he asked. Tenma realized that she was quite a tough nut to crack and thought about it. She was clearly not in a good mood and was probably hungry. The guy tried to smile sweetly and said that they decided to have lunch and invited them to join them. The girl got angry and the hero understood her. He decided to just cook some food without waiting for her answer. The guy cooked soup from the huge snake and said that it was useful to them after all. Eating the soup with joy, Tenma thought that this world was the best place for those who loved the harsh life. The meat of this snake was soft and fatty, and it was very nutritious. The hero decided that as soon as the girl woke up, he would have to give her a portion. But suddenly the guy thought that snake meat was clearly not something to treat girls to. He remembered Amy, who asked him not to bring such nasty things anymore. Tenma looked back at the girl and wondered how she would react. But to his surprise, he noticed that she had eaten everything. The hero said he had some left and offered her more. At first she was silent, but then she briefly agreed and pushed her plate towards him. Apparently she was okay, and Tenma smiled. The girl who was unconscious began to come to her senses. Judging by what the hero heard, her name was Aura. Aura came to her senses and called out to Jonna. Aura didn't understand what was wrong with her. Jonna wanted to make sure that she was okay and that she didn't hurt anywhere. Aura hugged Jonna in tears and exclaimed that they were okay and still alive. Jonna calmed the girl down and said that the monster was gone, as was the Viscount's boyfriend. The hero was still trying to figure out who they were. Aura replied that they were slaves and introduced herself and Jean. Their master had previously been a Viscount. The boy thought that for slaves they behaved with dignity. It turned out that Jean was born into an aristocratic family and Aura was their servant. They grew up like sisters until one day something happened. Jean's family was caught up in a struggle for spheres of influence and was almost completely destroyed. Only they remained, and the Viscount bought them. The Viscount was despotic and often beat them. The hero asked for forgiveness for making them remember the bad. But he did not understand why the Viscount and his company took slaves with them into the dungeon. It was all because of his arrogance. The owner was always greedy and self-confident. He gathered a party and personally went into the dungeon for rare artifacts, and they were taken as servants. But he overestimated his strength, and they all died. The snake constantly pursued their group, and the Viscount was angry. When the snake attacked the girls, Aura protected Jean and pushed her aside. The Viscount thought it was just great and wished for the snake to eat the girls. In desperation, they ran away into the depths of the dungeon from the Viscount's group. They somehow reached a dead end and extended a protective barrier. The Viscount did not understand how they dared to do this and ordered that the barrier be removed because this was their fate. He shouted at the girls and said that slaves had no right to do this. In the end, he ate the entire group of snakes right at the barrier with the girls. However, they also could not get out and sat in a dead end for 3 days and did not know what to do. When Jonna was already in complete despair, she met Tenma. She also apologized for immediately grabbing her sword, and the guy gave her a sympathetic look. Jean thought that he was looking for the Viscount and to deal with him, who had abandoned him to his death. The hero understood their situation and thought that she was certainly not lying to him. He looked at the girl's statistics. Aura was 16 years old and a slave. Jean was 14 years old and some kind of cursed child and saint. She was a former Viscount's daughter and a slave. The guy noticed that she was a cursed child and assumed that she didn't say it on purpose. But still, she might not have known about it. Jonna called out to Tenmu and asked him what he was going to do with them. The guy asked them not to be afraid of him because he would lead them to the surface, but the girl was not talking about that. They were grateful to him, but if after all they returned, then the death of the master does not make the slave free. They will be sold again and perhaps even individually. The girls had one request for the hero, but Tenma did not understand them. Aura addressed Tenma by his name, but then corrected herself and called him Mr. Tenma. The girls held hands and asked him to take them with him. Tenma was shocked and did not know what to say to this. Accompanied by the main character, the girls finally came to the surface. Tears appeared in their eyes, and they knelt down tiredly, thinking that they were saved. Tenma looked back at the girls. The guy thought that their problems were still ahead. If he went around with girls like that, they might think badly of him. First, they had to leave here so as not to run into someone they knew. The guy said that the two of them couldn't stay here for long. The hero thought that they could be taken to the hotel, where he would explain everything to Amy. He was sure that she would find them clothes and a room. The hero suggested that they move on and assured them that everything would be fine if they didn't run into anyone. Unfortunately, Tenma ended up meeting Jean and Lin. The guy gave the genie a disdainful look, and the genie smiled at the guy, saying that he didn't expect to meet him. He immediately noticed the young ladies, and Lin noticed the collars on their necks. She already suspected who they looked like. Lin felt awkward saying this, but she decided to ask Tenmu anyway. The girls looked rather guilty. Lin immediately grabbed Jean and thought that he had bought slaves, but the guy explained that they had misunderstood everything and everything needed to be explained. It took some time until the guy told his friends everything. Lin understood everything, and the hero thought it was good because he managed to explain everything. The girl explained that if the Tenma did not claim them, they would be put up for sale again. But Tenma didn't see anything wrong with a good person buying them. But then the aura called out to Mr. Tenma. Lin and Jean were surprised by the persistence and determination of the girl, who wanted to ask for her request again. The girls prayed and asked to be allowed to become the property of Tenma. Lin and Jean looked at Tenma with a smile, who was already telling them his answer. Aura said that if he let them, no one would know what misfortunes would happen to them. In the worst case, they could be sold separately. Besides, they wanted to repay him for saving them. Jonna supported her friend and asked for Tenma. They were already accustomed to the slave life and could do whatever they wanted. The girls looked at the guy, who just kept silent. He turned away from them with an apology and said that he would not agree with this. Lin felt sorry for them, and the genie couldn't believe that the hero would leave them just like that. But the guy reminded him that he didn't need slaves. The girls had time to get upset, but the hero said that there were people who accidentally ended up as slaves. Jean and Aura looked up in surprise. Tenma replied that they could help him in his travels. And if they became his comrades, then he would not abandon them. Lin and Jean smiled with joy and such a decision. The girls, of course, agreed and sincerely thanked the hero for everything. Lin clapped her hands and said that it seemed like everything was resolved. She asked to borrow the girls for a while, but the hero did not understand what she meant. The girl laughed and thought that the hero would not want to walk around with them like that. She said goodbye to Tenma and promised to send the girls back straight to his hotel. The hero saw the girls off with a smile and looked at the genie, who was silently grinning. There was a certain suspicion on his face. He said that the hero said one thing, but in reality something else happened. The hero blushed and irritably asked the genie to stop fooling around. When Tenma arrived at the inn, Aimi was missing, and he assumed that she might be training at the back door. He asked the slime with Shiramaru to wait for him inside, and went to look for Aimi. The guy noticed that Amy was surrounded by suspicious people whom he had never seen before. Tenma immediately thought that these people wanted to harm her and rushed to help. He ran up to Amy and called out to her. The girl noticed the hero and hesitated in her words from surprise. Tenma immediately calmed down when Amy smiled and said that she had found some tamer friends. Tenma stopped at full speed and fell face down into the sand. One of the handlers laughed. It seemed no wonder that he found them suspicious with their strange appearance. The man handed him a card with the Tamers Guild and said that he had not yet had time to introduce himself. He was a representative of a guild named Agli Monocart. As he had already understood, the hero's name was Tenma. He had heard rumors, but even they had only seen a real dragon a few times. They didn't know dragons could be tamed, and most likely, when they were small, they were tameable. The entire group of tamers stared at the hero with delight, and the guy felt awkward. Agli asked his friends not to stand there, and to introduce themselves as well. The guys apologized and introduced themselves. The young-looking guy was called Ted, and the guy next to him was called Light Sitter. They were happy to meet Tenma. Among the group were also twins named Akagi and Aoki Sakurat. And since they had all introduced themselves, they had the opportunity to meet their pets. Agli introduced his comrade, who was a monkey fighter. She was 15 years old and had close combat skills. Ted had a Thunderbird that was good at wind magic and thunder magic. It was also an ace in aerial combat. Light summoned his predatory little lynxes, which he thought were really cute. They had group attack skills. It was the twins' turn to show off their pets. The twins had a special ability, and they could both control them. They had two fire tigers. One had earth magic, and the other had fire magic. The hero was pleased to meet them. He thought it was cool that there were so many different pets here, and each had their own abilities. As he had understood earlier, they were all tamers and acted together. But in recent years, there were fewer and fewer tamers. Once upon a time, there was a huge guild of tamers here in Seijai, but over time, as the number of members decreased, it disappeared. The hero thought that it was true, because Amy's gift was discovered completely by accident. The gift of warriors and magicians was immediately noticeable. Plus, finding a monster that he can subdue can sometimes be difficult. Agli said they wanted to revive their guild. That's why they were turning to all those who wanted to become tamers and outstanding individuals. The hero understood why they came to Amy. Agli explained that they hadn't recruited her to join their team. It was simply an unspoken rule that fellow tamers were obligated to help each other. They were confident that Amy would be useful to them. Tenma knew that it would be selfish to invite her to him, and it would be better for her to gain various knowledge. He wanted to know the opinion of the girl whose eyes were shining with happiness. Tenma and everyone present realized that she didn't need to be asked about it. Agli and Tenma shook hands and wished each other luck. After that, they said goodbye to Amy and left. The hero remembered something and decided to tell Amy about it. He asked to find him 2 more rooms. Amy, of course, had no problem with it and suggested that such situations could happen in the dungeon. The guy agreed and said that a lot had happened. The girls were supposed to arrive soon, and as soon as the hero remembered them, he saw Lin nearby waving her hand at him. Lena ran up to Tenma and happily told him that they had arrived. The hero noticed girls who looked completely different. Lena wanted to know his opinion and said that it was a completely different look. The girls had their hair done and were dressed in luxurious clothes. The guy's eyes sparkled with delight. He exclaimed that it was very cool and suited them very well. Jean thought that it was obvious they were slaves after all. They asked for forgiveness for having to spend money on Tenma, who didn't see anything wrong with that. Amy silently watched this whole situation and called out to the happy Tenma. She blushed with anger and said that he had been too kind to them. After saying this, she turned away from the hero, but the guy did not understand what was going on. A girl's heart was a truly complex thing. It took at least an hour to dispel Amy's displeasure and explain the situation. In short, the hero wanted them to have a place to stay too and asked to settle them in an inn. Amy puffed out her cheeks and said that she understood everything. Later, she prepared 2 rooms for them, but Jean and Aura wanted to discuss it in person. They said they could live in Tenma's room, but Amy naturally refused them. In that case, Jean said that one room would be enough for them. Aura completely agreed with her, because together they would be calmer. When the girls checked into the room, they took a hot bath. Aura was happy, because they hadn't taken one for a long time, but Jean was sad for some reason. Aura remembered that under the previous owner, they were only allowed to rinse once every 2 days. And if Tenma hadn't picked them up, they most likely would never have been able to bathe normally in their lives. Aura noticed something and called out to Jean, who didn't understand what was going on. There was a bruise on Jean's shoulder blade, and the Aura noticed that it had become darker. The girl hurried out of the bathroom and said that she imagined it. Aura silently watched Jean go, not understanding what was happening to her. Jean hurried to get dressed and go out. It was already late evening, and the hero was sleeping in his room. In his sleep, Tenma bumped into something soft and opened his eyes. His gaze immediately became gloomy. A goddess came to him and embraced the sleeping hero. The boy screamed and said that an uninvited guest had come to him. The girl exclaimed that it was cruel. The hero assumed that it was a dream, and the goddess said that they had not seen each other for a long time. By the way, Tenma didn't even know what kind of goddess she was. His words clearly hurt her. Of course, she was the goddess of love. She hugged him so hotly. She thought he was quite a rude guy. Tenma remembered a bunch of gods he had seen last time and didn't think he could remember them all. The hero wanted to know what was going on, and the goddess remembered why she was here. The thing is, the girl he saved would cause him a lot of trouble. She assumed that the hero himself understood this perfectly well. Tenma clarified that she was talking about the curse that he saw with his inspection magic. The goddess replied that they had also thought about what to do and had decided not to interfere. They should not have done so, so she wanted to give him advice. The guy was shocked when the goddess suggested getting rid of her as soon as possible. Her curse lived by absorbing people's luck. Under its influence, everyone around them fell into trouble, and bad things began to happen to them. It turned out that this was why she and her aura fell into slavery. And when it reached a critical point, she would die from too concentrated misfortune. But this could be considered a happy outcome. But the curse, after the death of its bearer, chooses a new victim from those who are nearby, and this person becomes a new cursed child. Her status as a saint in this case plays a negative role. Thanks to the increased luck of the saints, the curse developed more actively, and no one knew how many people it would spread to. But Tenma had divine protection, so he was not in danger. But the people around him would become victims one after another, so the gods did not want him to remain under her negative influence. It was as if this curse had a mind of its own. The hero replied that he would not leave her just because of the goddess's story. He asked if there was any way to lift this curse from her. He looked at the girl suspiciously and thought that she probably knew something. The goddess smiled and said that she needed divine protection, which they had. But they were only interested in Tenma, so they were unlikely to help her. But the hero would certainly like to help her. The next morning, the boy woke up in his room with the first rays of the sun. His pets were sleeping next to him, and the hero looked at them. He wondered if he would be able to lift this curse. Tenma decided that he should talk to Jean first. He went to the door and saw a strange envelope at the bottom. Opening the envelope, the guy looked at the letter in surprise. A short letter was written in Jean's hand, asking the boy to take care of the aura. Tenma couldn't believe that she could leave. The hero realized that they were in bad shape, because Jean herself tried to distance herself from them. He rushed to the aura room, but the girl met him in the corridor. She was scared and said that when she woke up, Jonna was nowhere to be found. The hero only confirmed his guess. He asked Aura not to worry and stay here. The girl didn't understand what was going on, but decided to listen to Tenma. The guy didn't know if she was really trying to be alone or if she had just noticed her curse. She probably had a reason for asking for one room for them. While the hero went to look for her, Jonna had already left the city walls and headed towards the forest. She looked down sadly and mentally said goodbye to the aura, wishing it happiness. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her and turned around. They were two healthy men who were interested in her. They were wondering why such a young girl was traveling alone, because it could be very dangerous. Jonna got scared and asked what they needed. The men assured her that they were speaking to her out of the kindness of their hearts. Besides, the area was full of bandits and monsters. They offered her to go with them and asked her not to be afraid because they were not weaklings. One of the men grabbed her hand and asked her to be a good girl, but Jonna screamed and asked not to touch her. The girl burst into tears and desperately ordered her to let go, when suddenly her hand actually freed itself from the grip. Jonna looked at the men in surprise, who looked around. The attacker's hand was damaged by a stone. The men recognized the terrifying guy named Tenma, and they were overcome with trepidation. They could not even imagine that this girl could be with him. The men ran away, and Jonna looked down. Tenma silently looked at the sad girl. Jonna wanted to know how he found her, and the hero answered that it was by chance. Of course, he lied, because in fact he used the ability to search. Jonna asked to leave her alone, and the hero understood perfectly well why this was. He became convinced that this was all because of her curse. As soon as he spoke about the curse, Jean was convinced that it was true and asked how he knew about it. The guy did not know how to explain. Tenma said that the gods told him, but Jean did not understand him. It was the truth, although it sounded extremely strange. The guy put his hands on the girl's shoulders and said that in any case, he would definitely come up with something. He asked Jonna to believe him, and the girl looked at the guy in surprise. Tenma smiled at her and asked her to undress. Jean's eyes widened at this request. At some point her expression changed. Her cheeks turned red and her face showed clear anger. Tenma didn't understand what was going on and assumed that he had said something wrong. Embarrassed, Jonna bared her shoulder and hoped that this would be enough. The boy, his cheek swollen red from the slap, agreed with her. He looked closely at her darkened mark. The hero realized that this was the seal of the cursed child. He also felt that the level of her magic was extremely high. Probably, it was only thanks to the patronage of the saint that the girl remained alive until now. The boy remembered the words of the goddess, who told him that with his magic power, he could overcome the power of the curse. But that was only if he managed to surpass the power of the growing curse. Tenma wondered if he could really get rid of this curse. The guy thought that everything was much worse than he imagined. But he decided to focus and thought he had no choice. So the goddess said that first she wanted Tenma to do something. He had to separate the curse from Jean's body. The boy didn't understand how to do it because he wasn't strong in anti-curse magic. The girl explained that he had to collect ingredients that she would name. She asked him to remember all of this and named all of the ingredients. Tenma opened the bag and found the items he needed. He got holy water, fragments of magic stones, mandrake root, and much more. The girl looked at all these things in surprise and asked what it was. Tenma asked her not to worry and said that it was a potion that would help remove her curse. He poured the contents of the bottle into a plate and handed it to Jonna. The last ingredient remained, and the guy, taking a knife in his hands, pricked his finger. They needed the blood of a possessor of divine patronage, and that was precisely the Tenma. Jean suggested that if she drank it all, her curse would go away. The hero hoped for this, and waited until Jeanne drank everything. The girl dropped the plate on the ground and felt something strange. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Thanks to this potion, Jeanne temporarily gained powerful protection. As a result, the curse will be forced to leave her body. The girl hugged herself, and the hero decided that this was it. This was the true face of the cursed child, which was pure evil. It was hard for the hero to believe that it was possible to survive with such a thing in the body. A dark cloud of energy came out of the girl, after which it transformed into a huge black hole. He was going to attack Jean, but the hero used the anti-field on her and protected her. The guy did not allow this evil to return to Jean's body. Tenma expanded his anti-field around them and commanded the evil to disappear. Tenma felt that it was quite difficult to set up a double barrier, but he managed to seal this curse. Now it could not return to Jean and would not be able to move to anyone else. Tenma thought that only the last thing remained and looked at the dark force that rushed towards the hero. It was clearly trying to take possession of the guy, which made Jeanne worry and call out to Tenma. The hero was having a hard time, and he screamed. After some time, the dark force began to disintegrate, and Jeanne noticed that the curse was disappearing. But she noticed how that very mark had formed on the hero's cheek. Jean was horrified that Tenma had taken away her curse. But to her surprise, the hero smiled and assured her that everything was fine. After all, now the protection of all the gods should have worked on him. The guy rose from his knees and straightened up, after which his body shone with a bright light. The goddess had said before that when he sealed the evil, it would surely move into his body. Tenma hoped it was harmless, and the goddess replied that it was entirely possible. But his power, combined with their protection, should have destroyed the curse the moment it passed into him. The girl replied that she had never encountered anything like this before, so she could not give him any guarantees. And yet Tenma was determined, and despite everything, he wanted to help Jeanne. As they parted, the goddess wished him good luck, and the guy only asked that everything work out for them. Jeanne saw that the hero was suffering and screaming, but she didn't know how to help him. After some time, the boy began to feel better. He looked at his hands and saw small balls of light. The girl ran up to Tenma, hoping he was okay. The boy asked her not to worry, although he felt some bitterness in his mouth. Apparently, only a small clot remained from the evil, and Tenma spat it out. After that, he sat down tiredly on the ground to rest. Jeanne was worried and asked about the curse, but the hero smiled and said that everything was fine now. He surprised her and said that he had managed to absorb it. She couldn't believe her ears, but the hero said it was true. Tenma blushed and said that she would need to change her clothes, and Jean became embarrassed. The hero extended his hand to Jean and invited her to go home. He smiled and mentioned the aura. Tears welled up in Jean's eyes, and she happily agreed with him. Tenma stood up and helped Jean stand up, after which they headed home. From that moment on, the saint's new life began. One day, the main characters came to the dungeon together. The girl's task was to help Mr. Tenma. Jeanne called out to Tenma and asked him to tell her something. Aura watched them from the side with interest. The girl asked what level they would reach today, but the hero himself did not know. He suggested that they could go to the 20th floor and see how things went from there. The girl smiled and said she understood. After that incident, Jeanne changed. She was always happy and asked him to contact her if he needed anything. Jeanne was sticking to Mr. Tenma, and the aura noticed it. It seemed to her that they had become closer and perhaps something had happened between them. The hero told the girls that starting from this level, the opponents would become stronger, so they had to be careful. Jonna was curious about what kind of monsters were here, and Tenma pointed his finger upward. There were mostly insects here, which terrified the girls. The guy flexed his fists and asked them to step back. After a couple of minutes, he dealt with all the insects without much difficulty. He remembered something and thought the girls would like it. For some reason, they had a bad feeling. He handed them a huge fat maggot and said it was fresh. Tenma thought they would want to try it, but Jonna and Aura were horrified. The guy didn't understand why they had such a reaction, because they had just recently eaten a snake. Jonna asked him not to come near with this and said that they had a critical situation then, and besides, he wasn't an insect. Aura even felt like the old distance had returned between them. The guy bit into the living creature and said that it was quite fresh and tasty. After some time, they returned back to the inn. Ami was happy to see them and greeted Tenma. It seemed like they had worked hard, and the hero agreed with her. He handed her a bunch of larvae and said that it was food for her chicks. Amy had already gotten used to them and was delighted to thank the hero for his help. Jonna, meanwhile, was saddened by something. Amy wanted to ask about the genie and his group, but the hero replied that he had not seen them today. In that case, Amy said she had to give him a message. She told him that they were going to have a warrior tournament. In full, it was a demonstration warrior tournament to celebrate the victories in wars. She thought it was great, but the guy thought it had a rather long name. Amy said that it was going to be held in the capital, and they would have to go there. The tournament was organized by the royal family, and there would certainly be many strong opponents. Those who win will gain fame and have a great chance to become knights or aristocrats. Every year the number of participants grew, and there were already more than 1,000 people. And if the main character was interested, he could take part in this tournament. Tenma admitted that he had already planned to go to the capital. Jonna and Aura assumed that the hero was going to participate in the tournament. But Tenma had completely different plans. The hero thought about the capital and remembered the king he needed to visit. After the incident with the zombie dragon, he probably thinks that Tenma is dead. Tenma decided to keep quiet about it and said that he had an acquaintance and he was planning to visit him. For some reason, Jonna became sad, and the hero thought that there was some problem with this. Aura answered for her friend and said that Jonna's relatives were in the capital. The guy thought it was quite logical, because she was from an aristocratic family. In that case, he decided that it would be easier with Jonna. But Jean got angry and explained that she refused to go there. She blushed and tried to explain that she hadn't meant it that way. She hadn't intended to leave Tenma, but the hero understood everything. He asked her not to worry so much. The thing is, this man was a womanizer and just disgusting. He even had several underage slaves. Aura heard that he had more than 10 mistresses. The hero understood everything, and he thought that it would be wrong to drag them into the company of such a person. And since that was the case, he suggested that the girls stay put. But suddenly the Aura rose from her chair and said that she could join him in the capital. Jonna was surprised by her unexpected answer. Aura patted the hero on the shoulder and said that they would go together, and Jean would stay here and keep an eye on everything. She thought that they would arrange a day trip to the capital, but Tenma had no idea what she was talking about. In the end, Jonna lost her temper and exclaimed that she would also go with them. But the Aura said that she should not have forced herself. Jonna disagreed with her and asked about their date. Aura heard Jonna even more and said that they would be left alone. The guy chuckled and asked them to calm down a little. He said that if anything happened to them, he would protect them, so they had nothing to worry about. Jonna blushed and thanked the hero. She noticed that Aura smiled at Tenma, who smiled back. The next morning, the three of them set off for the capital. Meanwhile, Ima was signing a paper, and the man asked her about the pet monsters. The girl apologized for them, and told the pets that they couldn't be naughty here. The man replied that he was planning to go to the Tamers Guild the next day. He assumed that the girl had learned to control animals in the guild, but Ima replied that an adventurer named Tenma had taught her. As soon as she said the name, the man immediately shouted Tenma's name. He was clearly in shock, and Ima clarified that he had a white Fenrir and a slime. Looking at the old man, she thought something was wrong. Merlin adjusted his hat and thought about the fact that his Tenma grandson was alive. At the same time, the hero's carriage was already heading to the capital. Suddenly he sneezed loudly, as if someone remembered him. The guy immediately thought that someone could be telling gossip about him. Jonna decided to make sure that he was okay, and the hero smiled. He assumed that he just got pollen in his nose. Jean handed him a handkerchief, and the hero thanked her. Aura decided to make fun of them, and said that they looked like a couple in love. Jonna replied that she could laugh as much as she wanted, but she was already used to it. Besides, she asked Aura not to have fun teasing others, and Aura found it rather boring. Meanwhile, the hero looked up at the sky and looked at Solomon, who was acting very strangely. The girls did not understand why they had stopped. The hero suggested that they make a small detour, but Jonna and the Aura did not understand why. At the same time, a group of unknown people was being chased by a huge monster. Their cart was barely keeping up, and the people did not know how to escape from the huge buffalo. The man who was driving the cart called out to His Majesty. Tenma was waiting ahead of them, and the people were terrified that they would collide. But the guy called out to the people and asked them to continue moving. After the carriage flew past the Tenma, the hero used a stone wall that knocked the monster off its feet. The young men in the cart thought that they were saved. The man who was driving the cart didn't even know how to thank him. Tenma replied that it wasn't difficult for him, but he didn't understand why this Minotaur was chasing them, especially since these animals were peaceful. The man sadly turned his head towards his cart and hesitated with his answer. The girl who was inside the carriage said that they just wanted to play a joke because they were bored while riding. They decided to scare a calf they were passing by with their magic. They only wanted to scare it, but the hero got angry at them and said that it was not worth doing. It was obvious that his mother was chasing them. It was nature's will that parents would try to protect their children even at the cost of their own lives. As a result, to save these people, the hero killed her. And now, because of their quirks, the poor calf was left an orphan. The young man looked down and said that they did not want this. The hero decided to leave it and said that he needed to leave here quickly. He calmed the kids who were almost crying and said that he was not dead. He decided to scare these kids, and they needed to leave quickly before he woke up. The guy hoped that they realized what they had done and said that he was actually joking, and the most that happened to this beast was a concussion. The boys explained that they really regretted it and thanked the hero for his help. The boy introduced himself as Tita von Claston, and his sister was Luna von Claston. They wanted to know the hero's name. The guy called himself Tenma and said that he was an ordinary adventurer. Tid remembered his name and ran up to the hero. He wanted to make sure that this was really the Tenma who killed the dragon. The guy remembered that incident and said that he was a zombie. Tid knew this and said that his grandfather told him about him. He told about an adventurer who defeated an evil dragon and then disappeared without a trace. Tenma had never heard anything like that about himself. Tenma thought about these children and how they were addressed as their highness. The hero remembered the king's name and realized that these children were his grandchildren. Tid asked the boy to definitely come to them in the capital. After all, both the grandfather and the chief sorcerer still believed that he was alive. By the way, the hero was just on his way to the capital, but he heard about the chief sorcerer for the first time and did not know who he was. While he was thinking about this, the Tita's sister came up to him and tugged at his robe. The girl with shining eyes asked the boy if he was really a dragon. The boy didn't understand what she was talking about. Tid apologized. It was just that their grandfather said that the one who could defeat a dragon had dragon power himself. But apparently that wasn't true. Tenma realized that their grandfather was spreading rumors about him. The hero was curious about who was hiding nearby, and the man came out to meet them. He was impressed that the guy noticed him. The children looked back at the stranger in surprise. The man smiled and replied that he wanted to come to their aid himself, but Tenma beat him to it. It was the Din the children recognized. He was a top-notch adventurer. The hero asked the children if they knew him. The boys smiled and said that Dean had accompanied them. The hero found it interesting that he had been watching his actions from cover. But Tenma did not understand why, because he had high statuses. The boys suggested Din to invite their savior to their capital. As soon as the man heard the hero's name, his gaze changed dramatically. He was shocked that the real Tenma was standing in front of him. Tenma looked questioningly at Dean, thinking that they had met somewhere. The man introduced himself as Dindi Duran, and he was a brother-in-law of Ricardo, his father. Tenma froze in surprise that this man knew his father. Tenma was surprised that Dean could know his parents. Dean was surprised that Ricardo and Celia didn't tell him anything about him. He wanted to praise the hero for having dealt so well with the monster earlier. If the hero didn't mind, Dean would like to fight him. The guy was shocked when Dean said that his sword was made by Ricardo. Dean was sure that Tenma would believe him once he tried it in battle. The boy got angry at Dean and said that it was impolite to their savior. The guys looked at the guy, who for some reason was silent. But then the hero took his sword with a smile and said that he was in the game. Everyone was surprised by Tenma's reaction. The hero barely had time to grab his sword and draw it from its sheath when Din appeared right in front of him. He barely managed to dodge back from his blow and thought that he had attacked too early. While dodging, the guy managed to get his sword out and repel his subsequent attacks. Tenma was surprised that the man was able to block all of his attacks, and he felt like he was sparring with his father again. It was clear that Din was reading his actions. After all, he had been his father's apprentice longer than him, which was why he was so good with weapons. Since that was the case, Tenma decided to use strengthening magic. At the moment of their battle, the boy remembered his father and how he taught him. He decided he wouldn't use it now. At the same moment, he tried to block Dean's blow with his hands. For the first time since his father's death, he felt such a spiritual uplift and jumped away from Dean, creating space between them. The guy felt like he probably couldn't handle the Din. As soon as the boy grabbed his sword, the Din's blade appeared right at his nose. The hero raised his hands and said that he surrendered. The boys were shocked that Mr. Tenma could lose. Dean smiled and said that, of course, if he had used magic, the result could have been different. But the guy decided that in a duel with an opponent like Dean, this should not be done. He didn't need any strengthening magic. Dean hoped that the hero believed him, and the boy confirmed it. Suddenly they heard approaching footsteps in their direction. It was a whole herd of huge minocrosses that were advancing on them. Someone's carriage drove up to them and stopped right next to the Tenma. A certain overgrown old man emerged from the carriage and addressed the Tita and the moon. With tears in his eyes, the uncle said that when he heard that the two of them had secretly left the castle, he became terribly excited and rushed after them. Dean and Tenma crouched before the man and bowed, but the girls did not understand what was going on. Tenma introduced himself as an adventurer and said that he was glad to meet His Excellency. He also introduced his female companions to the old man. Their names were Jean-Na and Aura. The man looked at the two confused girls. The boy suggested that perhaps His Excellency the Grand Duke knew about him. Jean and Aura were in shock and did not know that the Grand Duke himself was standing in front of him. The girls immediately bowed before the old man. The man did not understand why Tenma called him a great duke. The boy explained that his carriage bore the crest of the royal family, and he knew that among the royal family there was a great duke whom the children might well call uncle. But what the guy didn't actually mention was that he was just checking his status. The duke smiled and admitted that it was pretty good. He looked at Tenma and admitted that he was surprised. He assumed that all three were heading to the capital, and the hero confirmed this. In that case, the Grand Duke offered to join them. The boy immediately asked permission to ride in the carriage with Mr. Tenma. The old man smiled at his grandchildren and said that he was not returning. The boy's sister also wanted to go with them, and they hoped that Tenma did not mind. The guy warned that there might not be enough space in his cart for everyone. In that case, the old man suggested that these beautiful ladies could move into his carriage. Besides, it would be more comfortable for them, and everyone agreed. The Grand Duke asked forgiveness for his persistence. He turned to the girls, who, by the way, were former slaves. They thought that such a thing was simply impossible and were very embarrassed, especially since the second man in the kingdom was sitting in front of them. The Grand Duke said that they did not need to be so tense. Meanwhile, the boys were interested in how Tenma's horse moved. The boy replied that it was a golem, and the slime was instead of a coachman. He moved with the help of magic power, and his friend Slime controlled him. The kids were delighted and had never seen anything like it. The girl noticed the mysterious baby who was sitting on Tenma's shoulder. The boy introduced them to Solomon's dragon and said that he was still small. He offered to pet him, and the girl happily extended her hands to him. The guys thought it was pretty cool to be friends with monsters. The guy put his hand on his backpack and said he also had a Shiramoru. At that moment, Fenrir stuck his huge head out of the bag and frightened the children. The hero introduced them to Shiramaru and asked Fenrir not to jump out so suddenly in the future. Fenrir barked, then crawled out of the bag completely. The guy explained that he was a Fenrir and asked not to push because there was quite a bit of space here. Suddenly, Shiramaru pricked up his ears and jumped out of the carriage and ran somewhere. The hero did not understand what had happened and ordered Shiramaru to return, but Fenrir did not listen to him.